Hello everyone, a very good afternoon and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Welcome to the last class on internal security. We had few small topics left under security forces and agencies of India. So from 12 to 2 p.m. approximately we'll try to wrap up the syllabus, then take a break and come back for the doubt session. You guys have sent a number of questions and doubts. I'll take up all those doubts maybe from 2:30 onwards, 2:30 to maybe around 5. We'll try to see how many questions are there. But first, let's wrap up these remaining topics. It should take another couple of hours maybe. So let's finish this and then we will look at the doubts. If you remember in the last class, we had studied the categorization of security forces and agencies in India. I had shown you this flowchart to identify which are the different security forces and agencies in the country and how we can categorize them. So we had started talking about the Indian Armed Forces and we covered some important defense reforms that have been introduced in the recent years. We spoke about the Chief of Defense Staff, the role and functions of the CDS. And along with that, we had covered the Defense Space Agency, the Defense Cyber Agency, and as well as the Armed Forces Special Operations Division. These were the major defense reforms that were introduced in India as far as the security forces of the country are concerned. Now, let's continue the discussion from here. Let's talk about the Integrated Defense Staff or IDS. So, we have few more military related forces and agencies left. We'll cover all of them and then we'll proceed to talk about the civilian forces and agencies of India. So, if you look at IDS, the Integrated Defense Staff, it was established in 2001 under the Defense Ministry following the Kargil War. We had understood in the last class that the Kargil conflict exposed some of the weakness in our security architecture. There was a major intelligence failure to detect the Pakistani intrusion. Even during the course of the conflict, there were many challenges that came up for India. It exposed the weakness in our border security, in our preparedness of our armed forces, and as well as in our intelligence agencies. So, to address these security shortcomings, important committees were set up, like the Kargil Review Committee, headed by Dr. K. Subramaniam. Right? We studied this as well in the last class. The group of ministers, headed by then Deputy Prime Minister Lal Krishna Advani. Then, under Manmohan Singh government, Naresh Chandra Task Force had also been set up to suggest security reforms. After the Mumbai attacks, which exposed another gap, another weakness in our security architecture, Naresh Chandra Task Force had been set up to suggest reforms to our security institutions. So the Kargil Review Committee and group of ministers, they both identified after the Kargil conflict that there was a lack of coordination between our armed forces. The Army, Navy, Air Force, they would largely operate in their own silos. They would struggle when it came to coordination and leading joint operations because there was no compatibility, no joint planning, no strategies formed together. So Kargil Review Committee under Dr. Subramaniam and group of ministers, they both recommended the creation of a service headquarters where the three forces can come together with regard to operational matters to achieve jointness in operational planning and in combined operations. There was a need for a tri-service headquarters. The army has its own headquarters, navy, air force, they have their own separate headquarters in Delhi, right? That is where the command control exists for the respective armed forces. So at these respective service headquarters, all the planning, the approvals, the decisions are taken and made. But for tri-service operations, for tri-service involvement, there was no dedicated institution. There was no platform where the three services could come together. So that is why the Kargil Review Committee and group of ministers, they both recommended the establishment of IDS, a integrated defense staff, where the staff members, the defense staff basically, could come together to lead India's tri-service operations. It could be planning a tri-service operation or executing it. Then even with regard to any unique procurement that is needed for three services. So to address this gap where there was no coordination between our armed forces, right? And even there was a gap between the armed forces and the civilian bureaucracy as well. So at the staff level, at the official level, to build that synergy between different forces, the IDS was established. It functions under the Defense Ministry, and it also brings representation from other concerned stakeholders, including civilian officials, are also brought under CDS along with military officials. So with regard to tri-service military operations, this is the command headquarters, the IDS, the Integrated Defense Staff. The motto of IDS is victory through jointness. Just like you have a chief of staff committee for building jointness between the three service chiefs, right, which is headed by the CDS. Similarly, at the staff level, to build jointness, the IDS was established. Is that clear? So at the highest policy making body, at the highest decision making level, the three service chiefs, Army Chief, Navy Chief, Air Force Chief, they come together at the Chief of Staff Committee, which is now headed by the CDS. This is something we covered, yes, in the last class. So at the staff level for operational jointness, the three services are integrated at the IDS along with the civilian bureaucracy. So key officials from Ministry of External Affairs, from DRDO, Defense Ministry, and even the Finance Ministry, even they are part of IDS. All right, so there will be some civilian officials as well, who could be IFS, IAS, IPS officers. So collectively, they form the IDS, the Integrated Defense Staff, to promote tri-service jointness in our military operations. So all the tri-service agencies that we studied, your Defense Space Agency, Defense Cyber Agency, the Armed Forces Special Operations Division, they all function under IDS. As it involves a tri-service component, they all come under the IDS. So now with the creation of the CDS role, the IDS will advise and assist the CDS with regard to building jointness and synergy between the armed forces. It will aid and advise the CDS as well, and it performs secretarial functions, that is regular official administrative functions, provides the required expertise to Defense Ministry with regard to planning, procurement that is needed for tri-service agencies. This happens at IDS along with tri-service operations and execution of the plans. So all the tri-service institutions which are there, the forces which are there, they come under the IDS. Is that clear? The motto is again to build jointness and synergy so that our forces can effectively operate together, and in the same conflict, in the same theater of conflict, they can work together, coordinate with each other, and plan these joint operations. Because in today's modern day warfare, you can't really separate your aerial warfare and naval warfare and your land-based warfare. It's a fused environment that we deal with. It's a hybrid military environment that we deal with. Along with regular armed forces of the enemy, there could be terrorists involved, non-state actors. There could be drones and other asymmetrical military assets which are used in the same theater of conflict. So army can't operate entirely on its own in a silo. Navy, Air Force can't operate in their own silos. They all have to come together, have a common vision, a goal, and plan and accordingly work to create synergy and jointness between the forces. So that is the purpose of IDS, to build jointness in operations, in joint tri-service operations. Next, coming to Special Forces of India. I've already explained what exactly are special forces. How are they different from your regular armed forces? As the name itself tells you, Special forces, they are special in every possible way, right from their recruitment to their training and even the weapons they operate, the logistics and transport that they have. Everything is special about a special force. Is that clear? They are elite forces. They are some of the best soldiers available. Only the best of the best soldiers make it to these commando units. All right? They receive very intensive training. They are trained in guerrilla warfare, in jungle warfare tactics. They are trained in para jumps. They will be experts in aerial insertion, where they can be inserted into a conflict theater through aircrafts and helicopters. They can rappel down a helicopter, right, by using a rope. They can jump from aircrafts at higher altitudes and insert themselves through parachutes. They will be specialist divers. They will specialize in jungle warfare tactics or guerrilla warfare tactics. And they will be carrying highly specialized weapons, from advanced assault rifles to pistols, grenades, right? Even the clothing they wear will be very distinct, designed to protect them against fire, against cuts, or any sharp objects, right? They'll wear body cams, they'll wear vest cams or body cams to record the operations as well. They will have advanced navigation equipment. Handheld GPS kits will be made available to them. Advanced communication kits, very minute and small communication kits will be given so that it's not difficult for them to wear, it's not difficult for them to communicate. They will even be provided with micro drones which they operate to carry out surveillance in an area. These special commando units, they can deploy entirely on their own. They are self-sustained units. They don't depend much on outside support. All right, and they always operate in small numbers, but they bring a lot of efficiency and strike capability into their operations. Now, if you look at your regular armed forces, they are very large forces. Like, let's say you look at your artillery units, your tank regiments, right? Your infantry division. They're all very large units comprising of lakhs of soldiers with very large armory which is provided to them. But special forces are smaller units. At the maximum, they'll have few thousand commandos, not more than that. The two lower thousands, maybe 1,500, 2,000 or 3,000, right? Each special force will have a very small unit of commandos. The recruitment is very, very intense. Only the best of the best soldiers make it. Not a regular soldier cannot crack this recruitment process. The best of the best soldiers make it to the teams, and they undergo highly intensive training. One of the most gruesome, rigorous training is given to them, not just to build their physical fitness, but more importantly, to build their mental fitness. Because wars are not just about physical strength, it's largely about your mental strength, your temperament. So that is groomed from the very beginning for these special force units. They're trained in such a way that they think on very different lines compared to a regular human, a regular civilian. The thinking of a special forces soldier will be very, very different. They're trained to survive. They're trained to kill. They are lethal killing machines. They'll be experts in hand-to-hand combat. They won't even need a weapon to fight. They'll specialize in hand-to-hand combat as well. Right? They'll have all the advanced weaponry and gadgets and logistics that you can think of. All right? They'll even have small robots if needed to check the area so that they are not directly exposed. They'll have camouflage which allows them to hide in plain sight. So such special units which are largely self-contained, which operate on their own without much need of outside support, they are called special forces. Even for medical support, right, they'll be trained in handling their own first aid. If they suffer serious injuries, they can patch it up and still continue fighting. Right? They'll carry their own food supplies as well, because some operations might end up taking 1 or 2 days or 3 days. So that is the level of mental preparedness they need to survive in the wild, that too in enemy territory as well. They can be deployed behind enemy lines in foreign soil, and they will still survive, and they will still achieve their mission. For them, the mission comes first. So they will be very, very useful in surgical precision strikes. Is that clear? During times of war, let's say war is broken out, if you want to hit a specific communication building, if you want to hit a specific air base or execute few top generals of the enemy, those specific precision operations can be conducted by your special forces. Most of the operations of special forces are covert. They are covert operations. They are covert operatives, meaning they function in secret. Their identities are not revealed in the public domain, and their operations remain a secret unless and until it is declassified. All right, so the Indian Army has one such elite unit of commandos who are part of Para SF, the Para Special Forces or the Para Commandos. It was Para SF which was used in the surgical strikes after the Uri attacks. Even in Myanmar, right, we studied how NSC and Kaplang was hit by Indian Army. It was the Para Special Forces that were used. The Indian Navy has Marcos or Marine Commandos. They specialize in sea-based operations. They are specialists in even targeting ships or even underwater assets like submarines. They will have underwater submersible vessels through which they can travel underwater. Right? You have these miniature submarines available where only two commandos can travel to strike a target, maybe to hit a port or a naval base of the enemy, right? Or to destroy a ship. They even have underwater drones, which is being made available today. So Marcos are specialists in marine covert operations primarily. So it's a special force unit of the Indian Navy. Marcos have been deployed in different theaters as well, in Kashmir and Northeast India as well, when specifically targeting terrorists in certain areas where there could be water bodies present. During Mumbai attacks, when the 26/11 attack started, the NSG was not available immediately because NSG had a difficulty with transportation. For NSG, that was always a weakness. So before NSG commandos could arrive from Delhi, right, instead of losing precious hours, India deployed the Marcos who were available right in Mumbai because Mumbai is a major naval base. So the nearest Marco unit was deployed to hold and lead basic operations until NSG could come and take over. So Marcos also has seen many major operations, and especially during wartime, they can operate behind enemy lines, targeting enemy infrastructure. Similarly, the Indian Air Force has the Garud commandos. Their main task is to secure the assets of the Indian Air Force, especially during wartime. The enemy might try to hit our air bases, our communication facilities, or destroy the aircraft itself. So securing the assets is a key task of Garud, and they also specialize in behind enemy line operations. If enemy's airbase has to be hit, if their infrastructure has to be hit, Garud commandos can be deployed. Or let's say an Indian pilot goes down, he ejects and lands in enemy territory, like it happened with Wing Commander Abhinandan during the Balkot airstrikes. Right? If such an incident were to happen where a pilot has landed in enemy territory, Garud commandos can be deployed to extract him, to go behind enemy lines, pull him out, and get him back safely to India. So that is the specialist task of Garud. Then you have SFF, the Special Frontier Force, which is the armed branch of RAW. The SFF was established as Establishment 22 back in 1959. The Intelligence Bureau and the CIA of the United States, they set up Establishment 22 together to run covert operations against China, to monitor China's activities in Tibet, and to monitor China's nuclear program. A covert intelligence operation was needed. So India, US collaborated together. So IB and CIA collaborated to raise a specialist force called Establishment 22. Mainly, they recruited Tibetan refugees who were coming into India, gave them advanced training and equipment, and deployed them back into Tibet and China to collect intelligence. And subsequently, this special unit became a commando unit that could carry out such surgical strikes and precision operations as well And after RAW was formed in 1968, it was transferred from IB to RAW. Because as I've told you repeatedly, before 1968, India had only one intelligence agency, that is the Intelligence Bureau. So for 2 decades, IB was handling both domestic and foreign intelligence. But the wars of 1960s exposed the shortcomings of IB. The 62 war with China, 65 war with Pakistan clearly showed intelligence failures, because domestic and foreign intelligence operations are entirely different. It's a different set of specialization that you need. So Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in 1968 bifurcated the role and assigned IB only for domestic intelligence and set up a brand new agency for foreign intelligence operations. So RAW was created and SFF was transferred to RAW. So SFF commandos also have seen a lot of action, from Sikkim, the merger of Sikkim, the training of Mukti Bahini rebels in East Pakistan, the covert operations targeting Pakistan during the 71 war. Then, with regard to training LTTE, the support we gave to LTTE in Sri Lanka, right? And many other major situations, right? SFF commandos have been deployed in all such conflict scenarios. They specialize in providing covert support, carrying out targeted operations against high value targets. It could be terrorists. Let's say there are high value terrorists we are hunting, and if they need to be eliminated, SFF commandos can be deployed. So they mainly specialize with regard to the Chinese border, but they can be deployed in other theaters of conflict as well. All right. So these are the primary special forces that we have. They use very unconventional tactics and techniques. They are specially equipped with carefully selected personnel with highly advanced training given to them. So that is why they are elite special forces. Is that clear? Next, the Indian Coast Guard. The Indian Coast Guard is another armed force of India under the Defense Ministry. So what is the role of the Coast Guard? What is its role? What is its structure and mandate? That is something we should look at. The Coast Guard is primarily tasked with protecting the maritime security interests of India. In our territorial waters that extends to 12 nautical miles from our baseline, in our exclusive economic zone that could extend up to 200 nautical miles from the baseline. This is where the Indian Coast Guard plays a critical role in carrying out maritime security operations. Its primary role is to enforce any maritime law which is in place, enforce India's jurisdiction in the territorial waters, in the exclusive economic zone, including in the contiguous zone of international waters. Is that clear? Even in the contiguous zone, which extends for another 12 nautical miles from your territorial waters. This is the contiguous zone of international waters. Here as well, we will have some limited jurisdiction with regard to security of the country, to tackle terrorism, then organized crime, smuggling, right? To enforce our custom laws, to even tackle environmental issues. We will have some jurisdiction in international waters as well, where the contiguous zone is designated for another 12 nautical miles from your territorial waters. So in these maritime boundaries of India, this is where the Coast Guard will operate. They'll operate from the major ports and naval bases and Coast Guard facilities that we have, and they secure the maritime and coastal security of India. All right, securing the coastline, securing these waters, enforcing all the laws is the primary role of the Coast Guard. It was established through an act, the Coast Guard Act of 1978 by the Parliament, and functions as an armed force under the Defense Ministry. It will work closely with the Indian Navy, of course, because we studied in the last chapter. We have a three-tiered defense in our coastal maritime areas. The first layer of defense is from the Indian Navy. Second layer is from the Coast Guard. Third layer is from your coastal police. So Coast Guard will actively coordinate with the Navy and other concerned departments, ministries, including the state police forces. Coastal states have coastal police as well. So Coast Guard will closely work with them. It works with Department of Fisheries, Department of Revenue, Customs, and other key stakeholders who have a stake in the maritime coastal areas. So to tackle smuggling and trafficking, right? To enforce our custom laws, then to deal with the protection of our resources, maritime resources. If foreigners are coming and entering Indian waters and taking resources away, right? Tackling that is the responsibility of the Coast Guard. So if you look at the mission of the Coast Guard, it becomes very clear as to what is its exact role. It protects our oceans and offshore assets. It protects not just the exclusive economic zone of India, but also the offshore assets that we might have. It could be oil rigs, it could be fisheries, precious minerals, there could be offshore windmills or wind turbines which are stationed offshore, securing the islands, the remote uninhabited islands. That becomes their primary responsibility. They also assist anyone who is in distress in sea. If ships are caught in an accident, if ships are grounded or fishing boats are sinking, right? If mariners are in distress, the moment the distress signal is received, it's the Coast Guard which will deploy to search and rescue the mariners who are in distress. So fishermen could be caught in a storm, right? Or their boat could be damaged. They might run out of fuel. There are many challenges that come up in the seas and the oceans. There might be an accident involving two ships, right? A ship might be grounded and sinking as well. In such events, it's the Coast Guard which has the primary role to rescue these people and safely bring them back to shore. It'll enforce all your maritime laws, be it the UN clause provisions, the UN Convention on Law of the Sea, where our jurisdiction has to be enforced, all the laws related to smuggling, poaching, taxation, narcotics control, right? This is where drug traffickers will try to smuggle drugs into the country, or even gold and other contraband, or maybe even arms and explosives. So dealing with any such illicit smuggling and trafficking is the job of the Coast Guard. It also plays an environmental role in safeguarding coastal marine environment. It will protect the marine environment, the coral ecosystems, right? The marine fisheries. And as a result, it has the responsibility to tackle oil spills as well. Coast Guard is the designated agency in India to tackle oil spills. If there is a prelims question asking which is the nodal agency to deal with oil spills in India, it's the Coast Guard of India. Of course, when there is an oil spill, it will coordinate with the Environment Ministry, the Shippings and Fisheries Ministry, and the state departments as well. But the primary role, the primary responsibility is with the Coast Guard of India. It also assists in scientific data collection for research purposes, for oceanic research. And it also acts as the backup for the Navy during times of war. Is that clear? It acts as the second line of defense. It backs up the Indian Navy. It can get involved in combat operations if required. It can definitely provide logistical support to the Navy by arranging refueling, resupplies for the ships and submarines which are fighting the battles in the sea. Right? So this is the primary role of the Coast Guard, and it also plays a big role in disaster management. During cyclones or tsunamis, the Coast Guard plays a very, very important role in providing search and rescue operations. Is that clear? So this is the mandate of the Coast Guard. Next, there are few more defense agencies like the Defense Intelligence Agency, the DIA. This is a military organization, a military intelligence organization established in 2002 after the Kargil War. This was recommended by the group of ministers headed by L.K. Advani. It was an intelligence reform to address the lapses, the shortcomings, the failures in intelligence that led to the Kargil war. Because the Indian army had failed in a very big way in detecting the initial intrusion by Pakistan. Along with the failure of IB and RAW, there was a big failure on the part of the Indian army. Right? Because see, each armed force, they have their own intelligence agency. Indian army has MI, military intelligence. The Navy, Indian Navy, will have its own intelligence branch, the naval intelligence. Indian Air Force has its own intelligence branch, air intelligence. These intelligence agencies of the armed forces, which are military intelligence agencies, they specifically collect military information, military intelligence about the enemy. So they are different from your civilian agencies like IB and RAW. Is that clear? These military intelligence agencies, they specifically look at the enemy. They'll understand what assets are owned by the enemy. Where are they deployed? What is their operational strategies? So such specific tactical military information is collected by these military intelligence agencies. In the case of the Kargil conflict, the MI had failed completely. They had no idea about the Pakistani intrusion. So this was a major failure, or else we could have prevented the intrusion at the very beginning itself without going into war, avoiding the conflict entirely. So to address the shortcomings, the group of ministers under L.K. Advani recommended that we should have a defense intelligence agency similar to the US, so that all the three military intelligence units can report to one centralized agency. So Army's MI, Navy's naval intelligence, and the air intelligence of the Air Force. They will collate, pool their information at the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency. This is modeled on the lines of the DIA of the United States. The US has a similar agency that brings all the military agencies together under one single head. So it will assist in defense-related intelligence gathering. It will streamline military intelligence gathering. All right. So this is distinct from RAW and IB. Don't confuse these agencies with RAW and IB. RAW and IB are civilian intelligence agencies. There will be some overlap here and there, but apart from that, RAW and IB are very, very distinct intelligence agencies. They are manned by civilian officials. Their mandate, their tasks are entirely different. Whereas military intelligence is comprised of the soldiers, Army, Navy, Air Force soldiers. Right? They're trained in intelligence gathering to look at enemy strategies, their deployment, their procurement, so that our forces are better prepared when we go to war. So to streamline military intelligence, the DIA was set up. It brings all aspects of intelligence, military intelligence, under one single head. From signals intelligence, which is about intercepting enemy communication, right? Enemy communication will be intercepted. Then image intelligence, generated by military satellites and aircrafts and drones. They need to be analyzed. They need to be studied to generate imagery intelligence, or IMINT. It also specializes in information warfare, psychological warfare, basically. Planting stories in the media, spreading information in the local areas to deceive the enemy, to distract the enemy. These are integral parts of any conflict. Is that clear? So you determine the narrative, the media narrative. Managing it is very important. You can see that in the Israel-Hamas conflict which is going on. If you saw the hospital bombing that took place, the highly unfortunate event where 500 patients were killed, both Hamas and Israel have been waging an information war against each other. Hamas was strategic enough to initially blame Israel for the attack, right? And the global media picked up what Hamas was saying. They reported that Israel had carried out the airstrike, bringing down the hospital. Now Israel is countering it, saying it wasn't Israel, it was Hamas and Islamic Jihad, which fired a rocket and misfired and hit the hospital. So both sides are engaging in this information war where they're trying to tarnish the other and blame this atrocity on the other. This will determine the course of the conflict. Because if you look at the hospital incident, that is a war crime. It's a crime against humanity. Those involved can be punished by the criminal court. Is that is prohibited under international law. You can't attack medical facilities and hospitals and patients in a conflict. It is illegal. It is prohibited. It amounts to murder. So by bringing these charges against each other, they are determining the narrative. The global support which comes for them will change completely depending on who's held responsible for the incident. So managing the narrative, what information goes out, what stories are published, this is very, very crucial in any conflict. And this is called information warfare or war, psychological warfare. So the military intelligence agencies, they specialize in managing the information flow from the war field, from the battlefield. Not journalists, not every journalist will have access to the war field. What information is coming out of there and what is getting published and reported is largely pushed and handled by the intelligence agencies. All right. So what you read is actually a doctored version. You don't get the entire truth. There will be some manipulation designed to protect India's interests. So every agency will specialize in this. Any intelligence agency specializes in psychological warfare or information warfare. Next, coming to our nuclear command. What is the nuclear command structure in India? Under what circumstances will India go to nuclear war? If we ever have to launch nuclear strikes, who has the authority? These are some basic questions that need to be answered. In India, we have a very clear-cut nuclear doctrine, and there are certain principles that determine our nuclear doctrine. For example, India has committed under the doctrine that we will not be the first to launch nuclear weapons in any conflict. India will never be the first instigator of a nuclear war. We have a no first use policy. This is to assure the world that our nuclear program is meant for the defense of the country. It's meant to serve as a deterrent to the enemy to not launch nuclear strikes on India. Now, some of you might be wondering, how come having a no first use policy helps in deterring the enemy? It helps in deterring the enemy because we are guaranteeing a credible minimum deterrent. We will establish a credible minimum deterrent to prevent that first strike from ever happening. We will scale our abilities to such an extent to create that deterrence so that the enemy will never think of launching a nuclear strike on India. So to do that, we have to guarantee a retaliation, meaning your second strike capability has to be solid and well proven and well established. The world should know that you have survivable second strike capability. So we have said that we will have a credible deterrent, meaning we'll prove to the world that there will be a second strike retaliation through which we will inflict unacceptable damage. India's retaliation will be ruthless if ever attacked by nuclear weapons. We will inflict maximum unacceptable damage to the enemy. Now, these words will mean nothing if you don't establish the capability, right? So that's why it has to be credible. You can say anything on paper. Can you establish this on the ground? Prove this to the world that we do have effective deterrence. So this is done by achieving the nuclear triad status. All right. If you achieve nuclear triad status and you can deploy them, right, you can show to the world that you have guaranteed second strike through which you can deliver unacceptable maximum damage to the country which has launched the first strike. Now, what do you mean by this nuclear triad? Nuclear triad is the ability to launch nuclear weapons from three mediums, from land, air, and underwater. If you have these three capabilities to deliver weapons from land, from air, and underwater, then it means you have the nuclear triad status. That's what the triad means, right? If you can deliver the weapons from three mediums, the triad, then you acquire the nuclear triad status, which effectively establishes your second strike capability. So India has a series of ballistic missiles which can deliver nuclear weapons through land. They're land-based delivery systems. Your Prithvi, Agni series of missiles, they're all nuclear capable, right? The Prithvi and Agni series, they're all nuclear capable ballistic missiles stationed on land. We have aerial platforms, that is our fighter jets, which are custom designed to launch nuclear weapons from the air. Sukhoi 30 MKI, the Rafale, the Mirage and Jaguar, all these fighter jets can carry nuclear weapons, right? Some of them have been custom designed to ensure they can carry and deliver nuclear weapons. Then comes your underwater ability. You need to have a fleet of nuclear powered submarines that can dive underwater, remain underwater for months together, preferably far away from India, as far away as possible, with nuclear missiles on board. So even if the enemy takes out all your nuclear assets in the first strike, your underwater missiles will survive, thereby guaranteeing the second strike. Is that clear? Imagine a hypothetical scenario where the enemy has taken out the land assets because they are identifiable. Through proper intelligence gathering, they can figure out where your land-based platforms are, where the missiles are. That's why, to avoid detection, most missiles are mobile. They are based on mobile launchers on trucks, where the trucks can move around the country, thus avoiding detection. But still, with good intelligence gathering, most of your land-based missiles can be eliminated in the first strike. Your fighter jets can be easily eliminated in the first strike itself, right? So the only thing which can survive for sure with 100% guarantee, almost 100% guarantee, is your underwater nuclear submarines with nuclear missiles on board. These submarines can dive and remain underwater for 6 to 8 months. All right, even for up to 1 year. Only thing they face a constraint is with food. If they have enough food, they will survive for even more than 1 year underwater. They need not even come to the surface once. So thereby guaranteeing stealth. So they can stay far away from India, and if there is ever a conflict, they can always deploy the nuclear missiles which will survive the first strike, thus launching a devastating second strike. So when countries achieve this status, we say that it's a nuclear triad status. It means they have proven their second strike capability, guaranteeing their deterrence. All right, now no one will dare attack a country with second strike capability because they know that there will be a second retaliation. And we are saying it will be minimum deterrence. We don't want to trigger an arms race by acquiring as many weapons as possible. We don't want thousands of nuclear warheads. We have said we'll acquire only minimum warheads. That's why we have built around 160 to 180 warheads, which is enough to secure India, which is enough to deter our immediate threats, China and Pakistan. All right, so we have kept our nuclear arsenal at a minimum. We're not going for maximum like other countries. If you look at US or Russia, they have thousands and thousands of nuclear warheads. During the Cold War, US and Soviet Union together had more than 1 lakh warheads at one point, very close to several thousand warheads. So we are going for a minimum deterrence. We don't want to accumulate nuclear arsenal. We are saying that we'll have a minimum arsenal which is needed to deter the enemy so that we can guarantee a second strike. So these are the basic tenets of our nuclear doctrine. We've also said we will never use nuclear weapons on non-nuclear states. No matter what the circumstances, we will never use nuclear weapons against a non-nuclear weapon country. And if biological chemical weapons are used, causing significant damage to India, in this case, India reserves the right to retaliate with nuclear weapons. Is that clear? Even if chemical biological weapons are deployed on a large scale by the enemy, causing significant damage to India, then India reserves the option to use nuclear weapons to retaliate against that country. So these are the basic tenets of our nuclear doctrine. So to implement this and enforce this, we have a command authority, the Nuclear Command Authority, the NCA. And please note down that the entire command, control, and operational control of our nuclear weapons lies with the civilian elected government. The decision making does not lie with the military. The military should never have this power. This power should rest with a civilian elected government, a democratic elected government. That is why the NCA has two bodies, and there is an executive council. Is that clear? This is also provided in our doctrine, in our nuclear doctrine. The political council is headed by the Prime Minister and includes all his colleagues from the Cabinet Committee on Security. That is your Defense Minister, Home Minister, Finance Minister, External Affairs Minister. These five leaders constitute your CCS, Cabinet Committee on Security, one of the most powerful cabinet committees. All right. So this is the political council headed by the PM, and the PM is of course the head of the NCA as well. Now the executive council is headed by the National Security Advisor, and under the NSA, all the top secretaries, the chiefs and the directors, they all come together. Basically all the civilian and military officials, the highest ranking civilian military officials, all of them come under the executive council. So it's headed by the NSA, the National Security Advisor. So your secretaries of the top ministries, the finance secretary, foreign secretary, defense secretary, right? Secretary to the prime minister in the PMO, the cabinet secretary, of course, the highest ranking civil servant. They're all part of this council, along with your service chiefs, the army chief, navy chief, the air force chief, the CDS, the chief of defense staff is part of it. Then all the top directors, the director of IB, director of RAW, the chiefs of ISRO, DRDO, Department of Atomic Energy, right? So all these officials are part of the executive council to aid and advise your political council. They'll provide their inputs. They'll provide their suggestions on what should be our nuclear strategy, whether should we retaliate, if we retaliate, how should we retaliate. Those specific options are provided by the executive council. So the political council will deliberate on the aid and advice given by the executive council. The cabinet ministers will give their inputs, their advice, their suggestions. But finally, the call lies with the PM. The Prime Minister holds the nuclear button in the country. If ever India has to go to a nuclear war, it has to be authorized by the PM and PM only. No one else can do it. It's only the Prime Minister who holds the nuclear button. He can go against the advice of everyone. He can go against his own cabinet ministers and the officials. Let's say all of them are saying that we should strike back, we should launch the nuclear weapons. The PM can deny it, and he can ensure that India doesn't go into a nuclear war. That is the tremendous power vested with the PM. The whole nuclear arsenal is under the direct control of the PM. If the orders are received, if the PM orders a nuclear strike, these orders have to be executed blindly by the Strategic Forces Command. There is a separate tri-service command for this called SFC. It's a tri-service command. The Army, Navy, and Air Force have contributed soldiers into the SFC, and it is in charge of all the nuclear arsenal of India. So all the warheads which are operational, and even the delivery platforms which are operational, they're all under the control of the SFC. So all your missiles, your nuclear capable missiles, nuclear capable fighter jets, and your nuclear powered submarines. They function directly under this tri service command, which is headed by a commander in chief. Is that clear? So the Army, Navy, Air Force take this position on a rotational basis. The commander in chief of SFC can be from Army, then from Navy, then from Air Force. So they take it on a rotational basis. But all the soldiers here, they are all from three services. It's a tri-service command. Now, this whole unit has been placed under CDS. After the CDS role was created, the commander-in-chief of SFC reports directly to the CDS. That is why the CDS is also an important member of the Executive Council. Understood? So this is the nuclear structure, the command structure in India. So the power clearly lies with the civilian elected government, specifically the leader, the Prime Minister. Also, the command structure is such that there are redundancies that have been built into it. Now, what if the leadership itself is targeted? What if the leadership itself is incapacitated? In times of war, your cabinet might be eliminated by the enemy, including the Prime Minister. Yeah, your service chiefs, your NSA could be eliminated. You never know. So in such eventualities, there are fallback options, meaning there is an order of precedence on who can take over and order a nuclear strike. This remains highly classified. The government would never release this in the public domain. The order of precedence on how the decisions will pass, the command structure will pass, is highly classified, and there are these backups created as well to account for any emergency events as well. Got it? So this is the nuclear structure and the command authority and the Strategic Forces Command of India. So this completes all your military forces and agencies which are important for the exam. Now we will move to another part of the discussion and look at the intelligence agencies, the civilian intelligence agencies. We'll go through them one by one and then focus on law enforcement agencies and CAPFs. That is the last part of the discussion. Coming to your intelligence agencies, we have IB, the Intelligence Bureau, responsible for domestic intelligence in India. The IB was inherited from British India. It's a very old colonial organization, actually, established in 1887. So when India, Pakistan were partitioned, the IB was also partitioned. IB was also divided, just like the armed forces were divided. So there's an IB in Pakistan as well. There's an IB in India as well. So from 1947 till 1968, the IB was the only civilian intelligence agency handling both domestic and foreign intelligence. Both the tasks were handled by Intelligence Bureau itself. Is that clear? But as the shortcomings came up during the 62 war and the 65 war, the Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi, decided to bifurcate the role. It was one of the most important decisions in terms of India's security architecture. The role of IB was broken. It was in a way divided. IB was exclusively assigned the role of domestic intelligence only. It would specialize in domestic intelligence. A brand new agency was set up, the Research and Analysis Wing, or RAW, for all the foreign intelligence operations. All right, this is the restructuring that happened in our intelligence agencies. Now, what does the IB do exactly? See, it is under the Ministry of Home Affairs, under the MHA, technically speaking. So IB does report to the Home Secretary and the Home Ministry. It reports to Home Secretary and the Union Home Minister as well. But however, the IB has tremendous powers. It, it has direct access to the Prime Minister and the National Security Advisor as well. So, in a way, it is not fully obliged to the Home Ministry, the Home Minister, and the Home Secretary alone. So, in that regard, it becomes slightly more independent, right? It does work under Home Ministry, right? All the funding, the cadre, everything is under Home Ministry itself. But in operational terms, it can go a little independent, reporting directly to the PM and the NSA. All right, the IB chief will have direct access to the PM if required. The primary responsibility of IB is to collect all sorts of domestic intelligence within the country, within the borders of India. It specializes in collecting political intelligence. There could be political threats to the government, monitoring political parties and groups, any social divisions which are emerging, communal polarization, ethnic divisions, any planned riots or unrest or mob violence. All these internal activities are tracked by IB. Is that clear? At the state level, there are state IBs or state intelligence bureaus, which belong to the respective state police. This is a separate apparatus. State police will have their own state IB. Don't confuse that with the central IB. The central IB will have its own subordinate offices across the country. There will be subsidiaries across India which falls under Central Intelligence Bureau. State IBs are different under your state police, under the state government. All right. So it collects all information on any possible threat, even economic threats, political, economic, social, religious, any threat to the internal security of the nation is handled by the IB. It specializes in counterintelligence. Does anyone know what is counterintelligence? It's a specialized role in the world of intelligence gathering. Does anyone know what is counterintelligence? What exactly is done? Supplying fake intelligence. No? Anyone? Gagan has got the right answer. Very good. Catching the spies. Catching the spies of the other countries. In simple words, catching the spies, or as you call it, moles or agents, whatever you call them, of foreign governments who are operating in India. That is the specialized role of counterintelligence. Now, foreign agencies, they'll try to infiltrate our government. Not just enemy countries and hostile countries, even friendly countries will do it. That's the reality. India will also do it, other countries will also do it. Now, USA, the CIA might try to infiltrate the defense ministry or prime minister's office. They want to have an asset inside our government. They might cultivate a mole who will work for the CIA, leak information to the CIA. Or it could be hostile intelligence agencies like the ISI or the Chinese intelligence. They'll try to plant moles maybe in ISRO or in DRDO, in the armed forces, right? They'll trap Indian officials who are working for the government. They'll ensure they'll work for them, pass on information to them. So catching the spies, the agents, the moles of foreign governments is the primary role of counterintelligence. So there is a special division of IB that takes responsibility of this. They even monitor the activity of foreign embassies, the consulates, the officials who are deployed, the foreign diplomats. Many times intelligence officers, they come under the cover of diplomats. So IB keeps a close check. They'll monitor their homes, their cars, their movement, their activities in general in the country to determine who could be foreign spies and whom could they be contacting within the government. They might be cultivating journalists or opposition leaders. You never know. So catching hold of any foreign intelligence operations within the country is counterintelligence. Israel's Mossad could be running an operation against India, right? That's how the world of intelligence works. Or Canadian intelligence, Russian intelligence might be, posing a threat to India within the country. So catching hold of their operations is counterintelligence. Then it specializes in counterterrorism, as we have studied. It has a dedicated desk for counterterrorism. It also has a multi-agency center to coordinate with other agencies to pool counter-terror related intelligence and coordinate with RAW and other agencies. There is a multi-agency center, MAC, which is a platform for counter-terrorism. So as part of counter-terrorism, it collects intelligence, it will try to infiltrate terror groups, it will try to collect information on them, it will run covert operations as well to dismantle the terror networks, to disrupt their finances, maybe if required to eliminate the terrorists. So such classified secret operations can also be carried out by IB. It will also collect border level intelligence by working with border guarding forces. Remember, we studied the border guarding forces, BSF, Assam Rifles, SSB, etc. So IB will work with them closely. The border guarding forces will also have their own border level intelligence gathering forces. At the border, within few kilometers around the border, they'll be collecting local intelligence. So IB will coordinate with them to generate border level intelligence, which is crucial to tackle infiltration and any other security threats. It performs other routine tasks like background checks of all the top officials, judges, ministers before their appointments. Even if you clear this exam, right, as probationers, a thorough IB background check will be run on all of you, because it needs to be ensured before probationers join the government that none of them is a foreign agent who's been planted to crack the exam and then enter the government services. That is a risk no country can afford, where from the initial stages itself, civil servants are groomed to work for foreign agencies. That is a possibility, right? Many countries have done it, where they plant their agents at the very, very initial stages where it doesn't raise any suspicion. Starting right with recruitment, right? They would be planted by foreign agencies. So thorough background checks are run on senior judges to High Court and Supreme Court before appointing ministers, right? And before sending ambassadors, high commissioners, and even civil service probationers. Before you enter service, there will be a thorough background check run by the IB. Any red flag, right? It could completely block your appointment process. So this is another role. It's a routine task, but a very, very important task. So these are the basic tasks or mandates performed by Intelligence Bureau. Then Research and Analysis Wing, RAW. As you know, it's responsible for external intelligence, established in 1968. It specializes in external operations, foreign intelligence operations. It comes under the Cabinet Secretariat. All right? It comes under the Cabinet Secretariat, reporting directly to the PM and the National Security Advisor. Because Cabinet Secretariat is directly under the PM. All right? It's headed by the Cabinet Secretary, but reports directly to the PM. So RAW is directly placed under the PM. RAW will have direct access to the PM as well. The director of RAW, if required, can have direct access to the PM and will report to the NSA on a daily basis, on a regular basis. So this is the structure, the command structure. So coming to the role of RAW, the mandate. To have a presence in all the target countries, to ensure that we have a station in all the focus countries, not just the hostile countries, but in all focus countries. So it will be friendly countries as well. Could be European countries, could be Australia, US, Pakistan, Nepal, Qatar, or Russia or China. All these are focus countries. There will be at least 80 to 90 focus countries to ensure that there is a station. Usually it will work with MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, to make use of the embassy or the high commissions and consulates, where RAW officials can be deployed undercover, under diplomatic cover, where they enjoy diplomatic immunity, They could be sent as Indian diplomats. It's a fake identity. They will actually have a fake name, fake ID cards, a fake job as well, right? They'll pose as IFS officers. They'll be having a regular desk job, a day-to-day job, parallelly running the covert operations, because that is their real job. So they will take up basic assignments at the embassy, high commissions, and consulates, as they get full diplomatic immunity there. Even if they are exposed, if they get arrested, they will have diplomatic immunity. So this is one way of infiltrating into foreign countries. The other one is a riskier route, where you go completely undercover in a non-official capacity. In this case, there is no diplomatic immunity of any sort. If you get caught, there is no way out. Is that clear? When you're in official capacity, when you're having diplomatic cover, even if spies are caught, the other countries are bound by the Vienna Convention. They have to treat them with respect. There should even be an exchange, where usually this is a practice. During Cold War, between CIA and KGB, they would get hold of many agents in their countries. And at some time, they would exchange them. They would meet in neutral countries and release both of them, so that they could exchange the agents for the lives of the other agents. But of course, there is a lot of gray area here. Before the detention is reported, they could be beaten up, tortured, even killed as well. So the risk is always there. But those under diplomatic cover get a higher degree of protection. But in a non-official capacity, when you're completely undercover, there is no diplomatic immunity offered. In most cases, government will deny it. The government will not even claim the responsibility. So that is the risk that you run when you are deployed under complete non-official cover. So the primary role of RAW is to mold international opinion, shape the opinion in favor of India, engage with Indian community, build contacts with Indian community, run covert operations targeted at foreign governments, get hold of classified information. It could be military information, geopolitical information, or even economic information. Any such classified information that could serve India's interests will have to be collected from foreign governments. So they'll have to infiltrate the foreign governments, try to infiltrate key ministries, departments, or try to build contacts with political parties, even the opposition parties. Try to manipulate or disrupt elections by funding pro-India regimes, pro-India leaders and parties. Right? Keep a check on any terror groups that are operating in foreign countries targeting Indian interests, like Khalistan outfits, for example. Right? Monitor any such threats while collecting information from foreign governments. So you may have to infiltrate their intelligence agencies, their armed forces as well, to get hold of any important information. It could be political, it could be economic, geopolitical, or military. Any such intelligence not available in the public domain will have to be collected through covert methods. This is the primary task of RAW. It also deals with counterterrorism, runs its own covert operations on foreign soil. Now, before 1998, it was also responsible for securing India's nuclear program. As the nuclear program was being threatened by the US and few others, there was a direct threat to the nuclear scientists, to the entire secrecy and security of the program itself. Our nuclear facilities and nuclear plants, right? The entire nuclear program was under risk from 1960s to early 2000. So throughout this period, RAW was given the task to secure India's nuclear program as well. So it will monitor any such events that are of importance for India's security and foreign policy interests, be it weapon supply to Pakistan, the China-Pakistan nexus, right? How Pakistan is funding terror groups, infiltrating these foreign terror groups, and running court operations against them to disrupt their operations. All these are the tasks of RAW. Next, NTRO, a related organization. We have studied this actually. So please note down the basic facts. It was established in 2004 after the Kargil War based on recommendations of group of ministers. Because the Kargil War exposed India's weakness in electronic surveillance. In collecting technical intelligence, India was very weak. We were behind the rest of the world when it came to tech int or technical intelligence. So to scale up our electronic surveillance capabilities, that is to intercept mobile phones, intercept the internet, intercept even all the telecom lines, including landline, satellite communication, any form of electronic communication can provide valuable technical intelligence. So for that purpose, a dedicated organization was set up called NTRO, the National Technical Research Organization. It was established under RAW itself initially. It was functioning like the technical branch of RAW. But now it has been moved out of RAW. It is an independent technical intelligence agency of its own, functioning directly under the National Security Advisor. Reports directly to the NSA and collects all forms of technical intelligence, be it from terrestrial sources, submarine sources, or even satellite monitoring, intercepting satellite phone calls, satellite communication, plugging the submarine OFC cables that go from India to other countries. This is where your internet lies. Large part of our internet is underwater, it's under the seas and the oceans. All right. So there are these submarine landing points where the cables land in Mumbai and Chennai. We have two major submarine landing points. This is where all the internet cables land in India. All right. These are your OFC cables. These are underwater OFC cables that are laid by the mobile internet companies. So this is what connects India with rest of the world. All your global communication happens from here. This is the basic landing point in India. So these landing points will be tapped entirely. They'll scoop up the whole communication and run it through these supercomputers, which can filter out and pick up relevant information. So NTRO specializes in such technical intelligence. Next, Aviation Research Center, ARC. It is the aviation branch of RAW. It's under Research and Analysis Wing within the Cabinet Secretariat. It provides aerial support to Research and Analysis Wing and its operations, maybe for transporting RAW officials and wanted individuals, maybe for aerial surveillance, etc. So it operates a fleet of aircraft and helicopters. It has few transport flights or transport aircraft, fighter jets as well, and few helicopters. It has even drones under its assets to carry out aerial surveillance, to generate signals intelligence by intercepting enemy communication, to capture photos and images from the air, to monitor the borders, etc. Recently, when the India-China border clashes happened, to monitor China's troop deployment, RAW's ARC units were deployed to conduct round-the-clock surveillance. All right. So they provide transport as well for RAW operations when needed. Let's say SFF commandos have to be deployed. They have to be inserted into enemy territory. So ARC flights will be used. Or let's say RAW agents have to travel to a certain country, right? Or they have to bring certain wanted individuals or officials of another country in a secret manner. So ARC aircrafts are used for these special operations. So this is another arm. It's like another security force under RAW. So this completes the intelligence agencies of India, right? We have covered the military forces and agencies as well. Now we move on to a different set of organizations which are primarily law enforcement. They enforce the law. but some of them could be involved in a mix of intelligence and law enforcement. So DRI is one of them, the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The DRI is under the Finance Ministry, under the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. Is that clear? It mainly deals with smuggling. It's the nodal agency in India to deal with all forms of smuggling, be it drugs, gold, any such contraband, any such illegal smuggled good commodity which causes loss of revenue to the country. That is handled by the DRI. It could be wildlife products, hazardous products which are being brought into the country through illegal routes, right? It could be electronic devices and gadgets where smugglers are trying to evade the high taxes India might have levied on them, right? They pose a threat to our revenue and a security threat because, as you know, organized crime is closely linked with terrorism. So, to keep a check on smuggling and trafficking, there is a dedicated intelligence unit called DRI. It is not just an intelligence agency, it will conduct investigations as well. So, it acts like an investigating agency as well. That's why I told you it's a mix. It's not like IB and RAW, it's different. It does act as an intelligence agency, but it also performs investigation and law enforcement as well. It can arrest, file cases, take up investigation to tackle smuggling and trafficking into the country. So all forms of contraband smuggling is handled by the DRI. Any illegal material entering the country where the taxes are not being paid, where the custom checks are not happening, right? Illegally, the smugglers will try to land drugs or gold or even sometimes arms and explosives into India. So tackling with all forms of smuggling and trafficking is the primary role of the DRI. It is manned by IRS officials, Indian Revenue Service officials. So they will have a presence at all your airports, seaports, and land ports of India. This is where you need to enforce the law, at your ports of entry. These are the ports of entry for any country. At all your international airports where international traffic is received, seaports and land ports. This is where you would come across international passengers coming in, right? So this is where your customs check, your revenue check has to happen. So to enforce the revenue and custom laws and to tackle smuggling and trafficking, so IRS officers are deployed here. The DRI officers are deployed to keep a check on all forms of smuggling and trafficking. So these DRI officers can be deployed in foreign countries as well if required. Since this is a transnational crime, like terrorism, this is a transnational crime. Smugglers might be from different countries. Goods will, of course, be smuggled from a foreign country to India, right? It means you need to have a foreign presence as well to investigate and crack these cases and to generate intelligence on these operations. So, in Indian missions abroad, DRI officers can be deployed. All right? DRI officers who are IRS officers from the Finance Ministry can be deployed to work with foreign countries, to work with MEA, RAW, and as well as foreign governments and other stakeholders. So DRI will have a foreign presence as well. If required in certain focus countries, we can deploy DRI officers in our missions abroad. So this is the primary role of the DRI. It works closely with CBI as well. If, let's say, cases have to be brought up at Interpol, if Interpol notices have to be issued, if you have to liaise with Interpol, CBI is the nodal agency for that. CBI is the designated nodal agency. So DRI will work with CBI in that regard. If terror angles are involved, it will work with NIA. If money laundering angle is involved, it will work with Enforcement Directorate. All right, so that is the primary role of this agency. It's both a intelligence cum investigating agency. Next, the National Investigation Agency, the NIA. Now, this I'm not going to cover again because we have already studied NIA in detail under the terrorism chapter. I've explained why it was set up, the whole background, what are its main powers, what is its mandate, and what kind of jurisdiction does it enjoy, what were the recent amendments that were done to the NIA Act. All of this has been discussed under the terrorism chapter. So I expect you guys to go through this later. The basic facts are given here. So we can skip this entirely. We don't have to go through this again. Next, very important topic, the CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation. This is a very important topic because there is a lot of controversy surrounding the CBI. So CBI is primarily a law enforcement investigating agency functioning under the Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions. Now its location itself is a little problematic. It's located under the personnel ministry. Ideally, investigating agencies, central investigating agencies and law enforcement agencies, they should come under Home Ministry. They should have been under the Home Minister. But it has been placed under the Ministry of Personnel, which handles service matters. The IAS cadre is managed by Ministry of Personnel. UPSC exams is under the Ministry of Personnel. It's like the HR arm of the government, which also deals with grievances and pensions. Under such a ministry, our elite investigating agency has been placed. This was done to ensure that the Prime Minister and the ruling party will always have control over the CBI. This is where the problem arises. It's one of the core problems. The CBI, if you look at its history, it's actually a colonial agency. It was established as the Special Police Establishment during Second World War by the British government in India. Is that clear? It was established as a Special Police Establishment during the Second World War. Because during the World War, a lot of corruption was being reported in the War Department, in the War and Supply Department. Large-scale corruption was being reported, where government officials were eating away the funds and resources meant for war efforts. So to tackle corruption within the government, specifically in the War and Supply Department, the Special Police Establishment was set up by the British in 1941. Now, after independence, we inherited the organization. The British had transferred it to the Home Department from War and Supply Department. It had been transferred to the Home Department. It was even given some legal backing. Some basic legal backing was given through a rudimentary law called the Delhi Special Police Establishment Act of 1946. The Delhi Special Police Establishment Act. So now it became the DSPE, the Delhi Special Police Establishment. So this organization had been primarily set up prior to independence to deal with corruption cases within the government. Now, after India became independent, we inherited this organization. It remained as Delhi Special Police Establishment for a few years. And in 1963, the government passed a resolution. The Home Ministry, it was under the Home Ministry. It passed a resolution restructuring and renaming the agency as the CBI and transferring it to Ministry of Personnel. This is how the CBI was formed in the current version. In the current form that you see, right? It came into being in 1963. It became the CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation. Its legal backing was still in the gray area, coming from Delhi Special Police Establishment Act. Don't forget, this is a colonial law, which was not well designed or well structured to suit India's interests. So CBI still had no complete legal backing. It was created through a Home Ministry's resolution by transforming the old DSPE into CBI and transferred to the Ministry of Personnel. Everything done through a government resolution. So CBI's accountability does not lie with the parliament. There is no parliamentary accountability. This is usually done in the case of intelligence agencies for national security reasons, like your IB and RAW. Even they have no legal backing. They are entirely set up through a government resolution, through a government order, and IB RAW are answerable only to the government, to the ruling party, to the leaders who are in positions of power, to the prime minister and the others. So that's why IB RAW are not answerable in the parliament. They're not accountable to the public, to the media, right? That's why IB RAW, if you see, they don't have any official presence. They won't have any websites. They won't have any media plan or media communication, right? They operate as highly secretive agencies reporting only to the government of the day. So CBI ideally should have been accountable to the parliament as it's a law enforcement agency. It's an investigating agency. But due to the legal gray area here, its law or its legal backing goes back to the DSP Act of the British era, set up later through a government resolution, and hence it's accountable only to the government, thereby coming under the influence of the ruling party. So from the very beginning, the CBI has been heavily politicized. The appointments, the director of CBI who's appointed, is largely seen as a political appointment pushed by the ruling party, not just by the PM. That's the prime reason why it was brought under the Ministry of Personnel, so that other processes can be bypassed and the ruling party can influence the appointment process and ensure that the director is someone who will favor the party, who will be biased towards the ruling party. This accusation has existed from many, many years. All right, it has always been accused that CBI is misused by the center to target the political opposition. And this is very true as well, because many governments have done it. Is that clear? From 1970s till now, every central government, irrespective of which party is in power, who's the prime minister, CBI has definitely been misused to target political opposition. This is blatantly unconstitutional, and yet the practice survives because they're operating in a legal gray area. The Supreme Court of India has called the CBI a caged parrot in one of the cases where CBI was being criticized by the Supreme Court for its inefficiency, for its politicization, lack of fairness. In that case, the Supreme Court called the CBI a caged parrot, a parrot which is in a cage. It sings according to the tunes of the master, right? Similarly, CBI is like in a cage, singing to the tunes of the ruling party, listening just to the ruling party members, the prime minister, and targeting political opposition instead of focusing on genuine cases. This has remained a major concern about the CBI. Now, the other problem is that CBI was meant for corruption. It is like an anti-corruption investigating agency. That is why it was set up, and that is the only specialization it had. But later, it has been given all sorts of cases, from economic crimes, because in 1990s, when our economy boomed and reformed, there were many economic scandals that broke out. The Harshad Mehta scam, the Abdul Karim Telgi scam, a lot of financial scandals broke out. These economic crimes were handed over to CBI, even though it didn't have any specialization in economic crimes. Similarly, there were high-profile kidnappings, murders, which the state police are not able to handle. If there is a question of transparency and fairness in state police cases, such high-profile cases would also be transferred to CBI. Now imagine there is a political killing in a state. The chief minister would say that we are giving the case to CBI because we can't expect the state police to investigate in a fair manner. So such cases, kidnappings, murders, extortion, even these cases would be given off to CBI. And the worst part was, even drug trafficking and terror cases were given to CBI. Now, how can one agency deal with all these different cases without the required skills, resources, and specialization. Even though it is said to be an elite organization, there's nothing elite about the CBI. It handled the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case. In the 90s, it took a few terror cases as well. You need exquisite skills and resources to handle these specialized cases. So CBI, that's how it became an ineffective organization. Ineffective in genuine cases, effective only in targeting political opposition. Right? Conducting raids, raising corruption cases, arresting the political leaders, so that ruling party at the center can dominate over opposition and regional parties. So this is the reason why CBI has faced heavy criticism. This criticism exists even today. Is that clear? The CBI is also the liaison for Interpol. It coordinates with Interpol. It is the nodal agency from India to work with Interpol to issue notices. Interpol issues a lot of colored notices, right? For example, if you want a certain terrorist or a criminal who's wanted in India but hiding in a foreign country, red corner notice can be issued. All right, if you want information on a certain individual, a criminal wanted in India, a similar colored notice can be issued. So there's a color coded system under Interpol to raise these notices for cooperation from other police and investigating agencies. India's CBI will raise the request. Let's say state police, they want some information on a criminal with regard to a case. So state police will approach CBI and CBI will take the request to Interpol. Or let's say ED or NIA or DRI, they want a criminal to be arrested in a foreign country. They'll give all the information to CBI, then CBI will liaise with Interpol asking for immediate action to be taken against those individuals. So accordingly, the color-coded notices are issued and all the countries are bound to cooperate. So CBI is the liaison agency from India. So the biggest concern here is the politicization of the agency. See, today, after the Lokpal Act was brought out, CBI acts as the investigating arm for Lokpal. It will work with CVC as well, the Central Vigilance Commission, and it will work under Lokpal to look at the corruption cases. But even here, the CBI is said to be not effective. The excessive politicization of the agency has affected its core functioning. That's why many cases handled by CBI have become a mess. You look at the Arushi Talwar case. The UP police made a mess out of it, and then CBI made another mess out of it. So this has been a constant criticism against the CBI. The main problem is with regard to its jurisdiction. Its jurisdiction is not very clearly spelled out, and there are two types of consent needed from the states for CBI to have jurisdiction in states. CBI has no automatic jurisdiction. Since it's not set up through a parliamentary law, there is no legal backing for CBI. In a federal setup like India, it can't interfere with state police. Legally, constitutionally, CBI has no authority, no mandate in a state. If it has to get jurisdiction, it has to get consent. And there are two types of consent that it has to get from state governments. Either a general consent for an indefinite period, where any case can be taken up by CBI if it wants, or a specific consent for a particular case. So here, many states have withdrawn general consent recently. In the last few years, many state governments have withdrawn the general consent they had given by citing political interference by the Modi government, by where CBI allegedly has been used to target state governments in these states. This is an accusation, it's an allegation, right? But history shows us that ruling parties have always misused the CBI for political gains. The Supreme Court itself has pointed this out many, many times. So there exists a major problem with the organization. Its conviction rates are very low. Its investigation is not at all effective in most cases, right? You look at the CBI involvement in the Manipur case, in the horrific gang rapes, the murders that happened in Manipur. Even there, CBI has created a bad image already, right? So that is the problem with CBI. Next, another law enforcement agency is your ED, the Enforcement Directorate, responsible for enforcing the Prevention of Money Laundering Act and the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act, or today as we call it FEMA. Enforcing these two laws to combat money laundering and forex violations, foreign exchange violations. This is the primary task of ED. It's an economic crime fighting agency. All right. It was under the Department of Revenue. It's under the Finance Ministry itself, under the Revenue Department. But initially, it was under the Economic Affairs Department in 1956. Back then, it was enforcing the old FERA, the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act. But now, under the Revenue Department of Finance Ministry, it enforces two laws, the FEMA and PMLA. So FATF standards against money laundering, the anti-money laundering measures, are primarily enforced by this organization, the Directorate of Enforcement, or the ED. Next, your NCB, Narcotics Control Bureau. And also, before I take up NCB, there's one more point about ED. We studied under PMLA how stringent powers, tremendous powers have been given to the ED through some recent amendments. This also has become a controversy. There is an allegation that ED raids are largely happening to target political opposition. Even though ED has been effective in some cases, especially with regard to the fugitive economic offenders like Vijay Mallya, Lalit Modi, Nirav Modi, etc. In those cases, ED has done a very fine job. But there are many cases where regional leaders and politicians are targeted. And the allegation is ruling party at the center is misusing ED as well. There are many raids the ED has conducted in the last few years. The conviction rate is very low. In 99% of the cases, the accused are released eventually. They're not held guilty because ED couldn't bring enough evidence to prove their guilt. Now imagine this is under a law like PMLA, where the burden of proof is on the accused. So even in such a regulatory framework where the laws are very strict and favors the ED, it's not able to achieve conviction in many cases. That either shows poor investigation or the cases are false to begin with. Right? So there is an accusation here as well that ED is also politicized and being misused to target political opposition. But it is a prime agency we have to fight money laundering, which is directly connected to terror financing. So any money laundering cases, foreign exchange violations can be taken up by Enforcement Directorate. Next, your NCB, Narcotics Control Bureau. The Narcotics Control Bureau is the primary law enforcement intelligence agency to deal with drugs. The name itself tells you what's the role of NCB. It's again a mix of both intelligence and law enforcement, like DRI. It is an intelligence agency to collect intelligence on drug cartels, on how they are smuggling drugs into India, if they are producing it domestically, right? Collecting that information is the prime role of NCB. And it acts as a law enforcement agency. It enforces the law, that is the NDPS Act, the Narcotic Drugs Psychotropic Substances Act of 1985. This is what established the NCB in 1986. All right. This law was brought out to fulfill our international commitments, along with the prevention of illicit trafficking in NDPS. These are the two laws India has enacted in 1985 and 88 to fulfill our global obligations, our international obligations. We are party to three important conventions: the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs, Convention on Psychotropic Substances, and the UN Convention against Illicit Traffic in NDPS. Today, India is a major hub and a victim as well of drug trafficking and drug smuggling. India is not just a hub of drug consumption, where several youth have fallen prey to drugs, developing a severe addiction. India also has become a transit point, a transit, because we are sandwiched between Golden Triangle and Golden Crescent. We are sandwiched between Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Myanmar, the two global hubs of drug production and drug trafficking. So, a lot of drugs that enter India, they are in transit. They are headed to some other countries, to other foreign countries. But a lot of drugs are pumped into India for domestic trafficking and consumption, and there are direct connections here with terror groups and insurgents. As we have studied in Northeast India, Khalistani outfits, they've all used drugs to raise revenue, to raise funds for their operations, and also to get the recruits addicted. The young recruits they get them addicted to drugs so that they're desensitized. They lose their sense of basic morality, ethics. They lose their touch of humanity once the drug addicts, become severely dependent on drugs. They become desensitized to violence. So it's easy for them. It's easy for the terrorists to brainwash, indoctrinate such youth who are highly addicted to drugs. So India is not just a market for drug consumption, but it's become a transit point as well. So dealing with both of them is a concern, is a challenge for India. So given the close direct links drugs has with terrorism, money laundering, and even arms trafficking, right? It represents a very big national security threat. So various drugs from marijuana, opium, all the opiates, right? Heroin, then even your synthetic drugs like meth, LSD, cocaine, right? The list goes on. So all these drugs are a menace for the Indian society. It has a social impact. It can destroy families. It can increase crime and violence, right? And aid terrorism and insurgency as well, posing a direct internal security threat. So that is why tackling drugs and psychotropic substances is critical, right? It can destroy the careers of the youth. Their lives could be ruined, their families could be ruined, and also creating security challenges for the country. So that is why NCB has a very important role to play in enforcing these two laws, the NDPS Act and prevention of illicit trafficking in NDPS substances. Is that clear? So these are the basic intelligence investigating civilian agencies of India. All right. Now I'll take you to the last part, the Central Armed Police Forces of India, the CAPFs. So here I'll focus mainly on Assam Rifles and CISF and NSG. This is something which we need to discuss. There are some important issues here. We'll also talk about something called SPG, which is a separate security force of India. All right, it's not a CAPF. Don't confuse it. Or let's erase it so that there's no confusion for you. We'll discuss SPG at the end. It's a different force. It's not a CAPF. These are the CAPFs we have in the country. All right. Now we have covered some of the CAPFs already, like BSF, ITBP, SSB, CRPF. This is something we have covered in previous chapters. So I'll not waste your time again in talking about them. I've given the basic facts needed. If at all there is a prelims question, I doubt it, but if at all, just for being safe, I've added some basic facts about BSF, ITBP, SSB, CRPF in the coming slides. This is something you will go through on your own because there's nothing much to discuss or analyze here. We've already covered it under border management. We have covered it under border management and also under terrorism and Northeast insurgency. So either it will become a repetition or it will become a waste of time. So later, go through the basic facts I've added in the slides. Like, when was BSF set up? What is its prime role? What is ITBP? When was it set up? What is its responsibility? So all these basic facts I've added here. You can go through this later. But I would like to focus my discussion on the other CAPFs, Assam Rifles especially, CISF and NSG. All right, so let's cover this. Your Central Armed Police Forces, they function under the Home Ministry. The MHA is the cadre controlling administrative authority of CAPFs. Just like state police have their own armed police forces, the central government also has a set of armed police forces called CAPFs. Technically, these are the paramilitary forces of India. They bring a mix of military level training and equipment, almost like the armed forces of India. That is the level of training and skills and weapons they possess. But at the same time, they bring the sensitivity of the police, right? Where they are not designed or trained to use force as much as possible. So these forces, they strike a balance between your police and your armed forces. So technically, they fit the definition of paramilitary force. So in India, we call them CAPFs, Central Armed Police Forces, under the Home Ministry. So those were the 7 forces. The entire list was given there. Those were the 7 CAPFs of India. Now, what is their exact role? What roles do they perform? Of course, they play a role in border management, right? Under the one border, one force policy. We have studied how India has deployed one specific force for the entire border, like BSF for India, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh. One border, one force. SSB for Nepal and Bhutan, right? ITBP for China, Assam Rifles for Myanmar. So each international border of India is guarded by one single force, thus promoting better coordination, better border security and border management. It avoids any confusion and any overlap. So as a border guarding force, it is responsible for tackling organized crime. They could be used for counter-insurgency, counter-terrorist operations as well, like CRPF and Assam Rifles have been used. Assam Rifles is deployed in the northeast, not just to secure Myanmar border, but to assist the Indian Army in counter-insurgency operations. CRPF is deployed in Naxal corridor, also in Jammu and Kashmir. Its roles are different. In Naxal corridor, it is the primary anti-Naxal force. Remember, we studied the Cobra Battalion, a special force unit of CRPF, which specializes in jungle warfare to target the Naxals and assist the state police. So in Naxal corridor, CRPF is directly involved in combat. It's the primary anti-Naxal force of the center for counter-insurgency. But in J&K, CRPF is mainly involved in mob management, in dealing with mobs and riots, in also assisting the Indian Army if required in counter-insurgency, counter-terrorist operations. So that is the prime role of CRPF. So they play a role in the overall internal security of the nation, dealing with any kind of security threats. It could be riots or any violence that might break out in the country. So central forces might be deployed if required to manage the situation. They act as a second line of defense during wartime. They can back up the Indian Army, secure the borders, and fight against the enemy during wartime. They will collect border level intelligence along with IB, as we discussed. They play a big role in disaster management. They're specialized in disaster management in providing emergency relief and search and rescue operations. And it is these battalions which are brought together to form your NDRF, the National Disaster Response Force of India. It is constituted by drawing battalions from 2 battalions from each of the CAPF. So from BSF, ITBP, SSB, CRPF, 2 battalions have been drawn to form your NDRF, the National Disaster Response Force. All right. Then specialized forces can guard your key installations, important buildings, important facilities can be guarded. They can also be deployed in UN peacekeeping missions as part of UN peacekeeping forces. All right. Then don't forget, they play a big role in election management, in election security. The Election Commission of India can make use of the CAPFs and deploys them around the country to secure the integrity of the elections, ensure it's a fair, free and fair election. So these are the vital tasks performed by CAPFs in the country. All right. Now, For riot management, riot and mob management, there is a specialist force called Rapid Action Force, or RAF. It specializes in managing mobs and riots. It specializes in using non-lethal aids, non-lethal weapons to manage mobs and riots. Ensure that civilians are not killed, because you don't have to open fire during mobs and riots, right? You'll end up killing civilians. So to minimize the use of force for mob management, the best technique is you use non-lethal weapons like water cannons, rubber bullets, electric tasers, pepper spray. There are various options available which are non-lethal. It will not kill the person, but it could decapacitate them or injure them, so that you can contain the mobs and the violence they are carrying out. So there is a special force for that called RAF, Rapid Action Force. It's actually under one of the CAPFs. Do you know under which CAPF does RAF come? Any idea? It's not a fully separate force. It is part of one of the CAPFs. Very good. It's part of CRPF. Within CRPF, there is this special force called Rapid Action Force. They carry non-lethal weapons to contain mobs and deal with such mob violent incidents. Now, what is the role of Assam Rifles? What is the issue associated with it? That is the big question. Because Assam Rifles is frequently in news in the northeast region, even with regard to the latest Manipur violence, there has been a big role of the Assam Rifles. So it's a paramilitary force, obviously, it's a CAPF. It's one of the oldest paramilitary forces as well, set up by the British. Its history goes back to 1835. So its current role is to guard India-Myanmar border under one border, one force policy, take part in counter-insurgency operations, assisting the Indian Army in these counter-insurgency operations. But the major issue with Assam Rifles is that with regard to its overall command and control, there is a major problem. With regard to the command and control over Assam Rifles, there is one particular issue, one administrative issue. See, many people have a wrong assumption that Assam Rifles is a part of the Indian Army. I've seen this many times. The moment you say Assam Rifles, they assume it's one of the units of the Indian Army, like Rashtriya Rifles, Gorkha Regiment. Like that, they think Assam Rifles is one of the parts of the Indian Army. It's not. Assam Rifle is a CAPF. It's a police force. It's a Central Armed Police Force under MHA. This confusion arises because there is a dual control over Assam Rifles. Both Home Ministry and Defense Ministry have some control over Assam Rifles. That is where the problem arises. Now, MHA is the cadre managing authority. The whole force is managed by MHA. So all administrative matters related to cadre management, like recruitment, training, even salaries, pensions, promotions, all these cadre related administrative issues are handled by MHA. But Assam Rifles has been placed under the operational command of the Indian Army in order to assist the Indian Army in counter-insurgency operations in Northeast India. So in operational matters regarding their ground level operations, their ground level deployment, Indian Army exercises command over them through the Defense Ministry. The Defense Ministry gains that operational control. So this is where the problem comes up for the personnel, for the troops who are part of Assam Rifles. Because of this dual control, many of the benefits for the troops and the personnel is getting affected. With regard to their training, salaries, pensions, promotions, MHA is looking into it. Many times their promotions are affected, pensions are delayed, salaries are not paid. because Defense Ministry is looking after the operational matters. So this dual control has affected the personnel of Assam Rifles. That's why they have filed many cases as well at the Supreme Court. They have approached the CAT, the Central Administrative Tribunal, as well to get justice because they've been denied benefits. They find it very difficult to get the basic benefits which are given to our security personnel, from getting houses allocated to getting a transfer to getting a promotion, right? Getting pensions after retirement, or getting compensation if they get injured or killed. In all these areas, problems have come up because of the jurisdictional issues. So there is a parallel control of the Home Ministry and Defense Ministry. Defense Ministry has operational control through Indian Army, and the cadre administrative issues are under Home Ministry. So this is affecting the service benefits of the personnel of Assam Rifles. So that is why they have raised this issue. They want this issue to be addressed. Bring it under one ministry. Since it is needed for counterinsurgency operations, maybe bring it directly under the Defense Ministry and allow the army to exercise full command and control, or place it under Home Ministry entirely. So this has led to confusion and it affects the personnel as well. So that is why this topic is important. You should know about this. Next, coming to CISF. It's a very unique security force in India, the Central Industrial Security Force. You would have seen CISF Jawans at your airports, metro stations, at key government buildings and facilities. This is a specialist force raised for guarding infrastructure, for guarding industries. It's an industrial security force raised in 1969 through an act of the parliament. All right, the force specializes in guarding our critical infrastructure. Infrastructure that is critical for the well-being of the nation, for the economy and security of the nation. So airports, atomic power plants, facilities of ISRO, DRDO, important mines, important public sector organizations like, as I said, Bharat Electronics Limited, DRDO, which are all involved in sensitive defense technologies, right? ISRO as well, Department of Atomic Energy, all the nuclear plants in the country, then even dams and important government facilities, few strategic vital facilities, some important mines as well, like uranium mines in India, for example. So all these facilities are guarded and protected by the CISF. But the most common presence you find is at airports and metro, Delhi Metro especially. It's under the full security of, the full control of the CISF. So it specializes in industrial safety and industrial security. The CISF is today acting as a security consultant. It's providing security consultancy for a charge for the private sector, even for foreign countries. It's acting as a private consultant, giving security advice to foreign countries and even industries, private industries. It has become such a specialist force today in securing buildings, in securing key projects and facilities. It shares the advice. It will conduct a inspection on the site. They'll create a security plan and give the plan to the private company or the foreign government. So they will charge for it, obviously, and it is raising revenue for the government. That's what is unique about CISF. It is bringing revenue to the government. It's become a very popular consultant. Many foreign industries have hired CISF. Foreign governments have hired CISF. So security teams of CISF are sent to conduct a thorough inspection and create a security plan and provide suggestions and recommendations. And they come back. They don't provide security cover. They give suggestions. They give a plan. For that, for this consulting service, they are getting paid for it, thereby generating revenue for the force. They will even protect private industries in India if required. CISF can be deployed to guard private industries as well. If there is a threat, they'll be used to guard private industries as well. Like, for example, Infosys, TCS, Wipro, Reliance Industries, Patanjali, they've all faced terror threats in the past. So they are given CISF security, but of course the company will pay for it. The government will determine based on intelligence that if any major company is facing a threat, they'll be given CISF cover and the company will have to bear the cost. They'll have to pay up for the bills. So that is the role of CISF, a very unique role. Then comes your NSG, National Security Guards, popularly known as the Black Cats, the Black Cat Commandos. It's an elite counter-terror force under the Home Ministry. All right. It specializes in anti-hostage situations, hijack situations, and it specializes in urban warfare. It specializes in close quarters battle, where battles are fought in very close ranges, inside buildings, right? In tightly congested cities. These are examples of urban combat, urban warfare. It's not easy to hunt terrorists who are hiding in a building, who are holding hostages inside, or who have taken an aircraft or a ship or a vessel or a vehicle as a where they have taken it, taken it as a hijack. They've hijacked the vehicle itself, holding hostages inside, holding the passengers hostage. So this is a very challenging environment that NSG deals with, and it was raised in 1984 following the crisis created by Operation Blue Star. Remember, we studied how Prime Minister Indira Gandhi ordered Operation Blue Star to target the Khalistani terrorists who are hiding in the Golden Temple. Right? The prime target was Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale and his terrorist followers who had amassed weapons in the Golden Temple. This operation conducted by Indian Army ended up as a disaster. Even though the army succeeded in wiping out the terrorists, in flushing out the terrorists from the Golden Temple, significant damage was caused to the temple itself. Significant casualties were reported among civilians. Hundreds of civilians were killed as collateral damage. Because the army did not specialize in such close quarters battle. It didn't have special training in urban warfare. It didn't have special weapons and equipment and technology needed for fighting a urban combat. So this is where the need was realized for a specialist intervention force. When such situations happen, when terrorists are holding people hostage, when they have hijacked an aircraft or a vessel or a bus, it's important to carry out a surgical intervention, a very precise intervention targeting the terrorists to minimize collateral damage, ensure the building and the civilians are not affected as much as possible while killing only the terrorists. So this requires a highly specialized team, and that is why the NSG was raised after Operation Blue Star. Because these horrors led to the assassination of the Prime Minister, finally. Right? Maybe if the operation was handled better by the Indian Army and the para commandos, maybe the Prime Minister would not have been assassinated. Correct? It was because of the damage caused to the Golden Temple and the large civilian killings. The call was given to target the Prime Minister herself. So following these errors that happened, the blunders that happened, specialist force was raised, the NSG, and it specializes in bomb disposal as well and in VIP protection. Is that clear? It has a dedicated bomb disposal squad. It even maintains a national database on all the bombs that terrorists are using in India and around the world. It's become a research center of sorts where any bomb explosion in the country, NSG teams will visit and study. They'll collect forensics and evidence and material. They'll study the method in which the bomb is built, which group is behind it, what's their methods of operation, the modus operandi. They study that, document all that evidence, creating a national database for bombs. So this is a critical role that NSG is playing, along with protecting certain VVIPs who are required to be protected. So within NSG, there are two major branches. You have SAG, the Special Action Group, drawn entirely from the Indian Army. All right. The SAG is the one which is used for counter-terror operations, for counter-terror situations. It's a specialist force. There is one unit specializing in anti-hijack. There's another unit specializing in anti-hostage. Is that clear? So one unit of NSG is the Special Action Group, the SAG. It's a team of elite commandos, highly trained, highly motivated, well-equipped commandos drawn from Indian Army. All right. And they are used only and only for counter-terrorist operations. They're not used for VIP protection. They're not meant for VIP protection. That is a different special role. So SAG, they are used only for anti-hijack, anti-terror situations, anti-hostage situations. Even within that, there is a special unit. There is one unit of SAG specializing in hijack situations, especially aircraft hijacking. There's another unit specializing in hostage situations, in urban warfare and close quarters battle. Now, there's another branch of SRG, the Special Rangers Group. They are mainly drawn from police forces and CAPFs. They're deputed from there, and they are the ones handling VIP security. Because the tasks are different, and also the priorities should to be given are also different. So to ensure that the elite commandos who are specializing in counter-terror operations are not used for VIP protection, separate branch exists here. The Special Rangers Group looks after VIP protection, and it also provides the logistical support for Special Action Group. Now, when a live operation is going on, a counter-terror operation, right, SAG commandos will be conducting the raid. But the Rangers Group can provide perimeter security around the area where they're operating. They can set up communications. They can handle all the logistics that are needed for the operation. So such back-end support is given by SRG to SAG. And they handle VIP security as well. All right. So there is a National Bomb Data Center, which is the National Bomb Database. It is a source of knowledge to those who are interested in counterterrorism. Right? If you become IPS officers, you will definitely get access to the National Bomb Data Center. So here you will find data not just about all the bombs in India which have exploded, which have been used by terror groups, but even from around the world. So this is a source of knowledge. It helps you improve your strategies, tactics in countering terrorism. But the one problem NSG has faced, the biggest problem, is its airlift and deployment. This became a costly mistake for India as NSG is headquartered in Manesar on the outskirts of Delhi. This is where NSG headquarters are located. The problem is terrorists will not wait for the forces to be airlifted, right? Once the situation begins, NSG has to request for an aircraft where MHA will have to coordinate with the Air Force, arrange for a transportation, bring them to the near airfield, which is usually the Palam Air Base. And from there, they have to be airlifted, flown for several hours to reach the concerned location. From there, again, they have to be transported to the site of the terror attack. So in this whole transportation exercise, precious hours will be lost. By then, the terrorists will already have a complete upper hand on the situation. They'll be holding hostages. They would have killed many people. We saw this happening in the Mumbai attacks, which was a disastrous outcome. The NSG took almost 12 hours to mobilize and reach the site of the attack. From Manesar to Mumbai to the specific locations, 12 precious hours were lost before NSG could act. That's why I told you Marcos was holding the ground. Marine commandos were holding the night on the first night. And the Mumbai police, the Mumbai ATS, they were holding the ground until NSG could arrive the next day. So this was a critical failure in our planning, right? You need to have localized forces. You can't rely on a centralized force for such a response. So that is why after the Mumbai attacks, regional energy hubs have been created. Apart from the headquarters in Manesar near Delhi, regional stations have been created in Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, and Kolkata. All right, but this again doesn't solve the problem because even today, NSG does not have its own airlift capability. Even today, it doesn't have its own airlift. It still depends on the Indian Air Force. So this is a critical weakness. So a better approach is like what foreign countries have done. Some of the most advanced countries which lead in counterterrorism. They raise such units at the level of the city police. You can't wait for a state force, a central force to come from somewhere else. Now imagine tomorrow a hostage situation takes place in Pune. Can you wait for the energy to come from Mumbai? Even then, 2-3 hours will be lost, right? So regional deployment doesn't solve the problem. You need local forces at the city level, at the level of city police. You need these SWAT units, the special response units, which can intervene quickly and diffuse the situation as quickly as possible. So that is something we are working on. The state police and central government both are responsible here. Some states have raised such special forces, like Maharashtra, Karnataka. They have raised their own commando units that operate at the city level. Right? Delhi police has a QRT team. Right? They're quite well trained, well equipped. They can handle the situation immediately. They'll reach within minutes. Right? Mumbai police also have raised a special unit like that. Even in Karnataka, there is one unit. Right? So that is the kind of response you need. You need more local, quick response than bringing forces from somewhere else. By that time, you would have lost precious hours. So that is one lesson we have learned. But even now, energy lacks airlift capability. The last topic, the SPG, the Special Protection Group. Some of you would have heard about it. You would have seen SPG forces and personnel as well. It specializes in providing proximate security. To whom? To the Prime Minister and their family. As the PM and the family will be at risk because of the decisions they take, and also just because of the role, the office they are holding, it's very critical to safeguard the PM. So, after learning some key lessons following Indira Gandhi's assassination by her own bodyguards, right, a special force was raised for this purpose called the SPG, the Special Protection Group. It's under the Cabinet Secretariat, established through a law passed with the Parliament in 1988. All right. Initially, when it was constituted, it was giving security only to the current PM and the family. But then came another disaster, 1991, assassination of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. Many experts have agreed that Rajiv Gandhi's assassination would not have happened by the LTTE if he was guarded by SPG. As he was the former Prime Minister, the law did not provide for SPG cover. His SPG cover had been withdrawn and he was being protected by local police units. So, following the assassination of Rajiv Gandhi, the act was amended to cover former PMs and their families as well for a certain time period, at least for 10 years. This could be extended depending on the security situation, depending on the threat perception against those leaders. So, former PMs and their families were also covered with the possibility of extension as well, depending on the threat perception. Now, recently, this again has been changed in 2019. SPG cover has been withdrawn to former PMs and their families. Instead, they are given Z plus security by other forces. So, former prime ministers who are still alive, like Deve Gowda, right? Then families of Rajiv Gandhi, like Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, etc. Right? So, they are all provided security through the other forces which are available. Z plus security is given to them, which is the highest level of security below SPG cover. So today, SPG is back to where it began. It's guarding only the PM and the immediate family of the PM. So wherever the PM travels, wherever the PM stays, whichever place he visits, every place has to be thoroughly checked, sanitized, and complete security has to be ensured. Is that clear? The whole convoy you would have seen with specially built vehicles, they're all under the control of SPG. Today, custom built aircrafts have been procured from Boeing. It's named Air India 1 on the lines of Air Force 1 of US. It comes with special abilities. Even the helicopter used for the PM's transportation, they come with defense mechanisms. They can fire flares to deflect a missile or a rocket which is homing in on the plane, right? They'll have encrypted communication. So such specialized planes were built by Boeing for India called Air India One. I think around two or three such specialized aircrafts, custom built aircrafts were procured for the transportation of PM. It can be used for even the president as well. All right. Then even the vehicles. India has procured custom built vehicles from BMW, which is completely fortified. It can even withstand a minor explosion, a bomb explosion, right? Like IED explosion or even a grenade or RPG which is fired can be withstood by these specially built custom made vehicles. So SPG officers, they're always present around the PM. You would have seen them surrounding the PM. So they basically give that proximate security. All right. So they also have specialist snipers who occupy the vantage points, the higher locations to secure the whole area. And there's a specialist commando team as well within SPG who counter if there is an attack. They specialize in countering the attack so the PM can be taken away to safety. There's a specialist reaction team around the PM who will carry advanced assault rifles and gear. So they will engage the attackers if there is ever an attack, so that it will give time for the other SPG officers to pull out the PM and take him to safety. So they'll plan their routes. They will, ensure the convoy is safe. The drivers are also specialists. They specialize in tactical driving. That itself is a great skill given to many security forces, right? There'll be tactical drivers who can drive off in such a way that they can evade the attackers as soon as possible. So this is a special force guarding the PM, right? And that is another force you should be aware of. Finally, your National Security Council, the NSC, which has become a very important role in our security apparatus. It basically provides key advice to the Prime Minister, the government, on all national security matters and foreign policy matters. It is headed by the National Security Advisor, who is a close advisor to the PM. The PM has discretion to choose the NSA. So this role was newly created. This office itself was newly created, the NSC. In the late 90s was when National Security Council was set up and the role of NSA was created. So under different prime ministers, we have had different NSAs. PM Vajpayee had Brajesh Mishra, the first NSA of India, who was an IAS officer. Brajesh Mishra was Vajpayee's NSA. He had a lot of experience in strategic issues dealing with foreign policy and security. So Brajesh Mishra, an IAS officer, was appointed as the NSA of India, the first NSA. Then under Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, we had J.N. Dikshit for a short time. Then there was M.K. Narayanan. And we had Shiv Shankar Menon. There were three NSAs under Manmohan Singh. All right. J.N. Dikshit was a career diplomat. He was the former Foreign Secretary of India. M.K. Narayanan was an IPS officer. He was the Director of Intelligence Bureau. Shiv Shankar Menon was again a diplomat, career diplomat, former Foreign Secretary of India. Now under PM Modi, there has been one NSA, Ajit Doval, from the IPS. Even Ajit Doval was a director of IB. So basically, top IFS and IPS officers, usually, who have considerable experience in foreign policy and national security matters, they are appointed as the NSA, right? Preferably from the IFS or from intelligence agencies like IB. It could be someone from RAW as well, right? So this is how the PM will get to pick their NSA. This institution was created in 1998. So today it brings all the security agencies and forces under one single apparatus. So it's basically like a think tank today. NSC is like a think tank, looking into all foreign policy security matters, giving advice to the government and all the bodies of the government. There are several deputy NSAs as well. There will be at least 2 to 3 or 3 or 4 deputy NSAs. So within the Security Council, there are three major divisions. The Strategic Policy Group, under which NSA and all the top officials come together to act like a think tank. This is nothing but the Executive Council. It's the same. the Executive Council of Nuclear Command Authority. The Executive Council of Nuclear Command Authority. That's the same composition here. So under NSA, all the top officials, all top secretaries, intelligence chiefs, service chiefs, CDS, they all come here under Strategic Policy Group. So it acts like a core think tank of the government, debating, deliberating all security, foreign policy issues and giving advice to the PM and the other government agencies. There is a National Security Advisory Board that brings retired officials together and strategic experts, retired intelligence officers, military officers, diplomats who can still contribute. They are brought here to provide academic inputs, to conduct research, to conduct studies, and recommend to the government. Finally, you have JIC, the Joint Intelligence Committee, that fuses all your intelligence agencies, IB, RAW, the DIA. So all the civilian military intelligence being generated by all intelligence agencies is fused here under JIC, the Joint Intelligence Committee. So these are the structures present under your National Security Council. So having this basic factual awareness is important. You may not get direct questions sometimes, but still having that awareness is very important as a UPSC aspirant. All right. So the topics we have covered, especially topics like NIA, CBI, then Assam Rifles, the defense reforms that we discussed, they are more relevant for the exam. The rest of it, which is very factual, it's mainly for your general knowledge, your general awareness, because the syllabus is asking us to cover this. Or else it's unlikely that UPSC will ask very factual questions, right? So this completes my entire discussion, the detailed discussion of the security forces and agencies of India. So with this, we complete the entire syllabus. The whole syllabus of internal security is done. Now, let's see if there are any questions. We'll take a short break. We'll come back for your doubt session. So let's clear the pending doubts here. Then we'll take up the exclusive doubt session. I know many of you are asking for a break. We will take a break. Don't worry. It was a short 2.5 hour session. So we continue. But now we'll take a proper break. You can have your lunch, come back, and then we'll start. All right. So most questions I'm seeing here are kind of repetitive and we have answered them. Karthik is asking, now MI, Naval Intelligence, Air Intelligence are merged under DIA. It's not like they're merged. It's like they come under the DIA to share all the intelligence, to pool intelligence from Army, Navy, and Air Force to create a common base. The DIA is set up as that platform. It's not that they are merged into it. MI is still under Army. Naval, Air Intelligence are still under Navy and Air Force. But they'll pool their intelligence at DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency. Kamlesh is asking, sir, are foreign nationals like Tibetan refugees, are they officially legally allowed to be part of Indian Armed Forces? Of course not. SFF is not legal. SFF doesn't exist according to the government. It's a secretive agency. It's a covert agency. Covertly, you can do anything, right? So you can't recruit foreign nationals, but Tibetan refugees have been recruited into SFF because it's a covert unit. All right. So guys, these were the questions. Now let's take a 20 minutes break. Should be enough. Refresh yourselves, have some lunch, come back at 2:45. All right, 20 minutes. Let's come back at 2:45 and we'll look at all the doubts that you guys have sent. We'll have a separate exclusive doubt session. So I'll see you back in 20 minutes. Should be enough time to freshen up. Again, we'll try to close early today. If there aren't enough questions, we can close early as well. So come back at 2:45. Don't miss the doubt session. Even the doubts other students are asking can help you learn a lot of things. You may not have a doubt or you might have asked only few questions, but stay the whole session because the other questions, when we are discussing that, it will give you a lot of additional inputs which could help you in your exam. So I'll see you in 20 minutes. We'll come back at 2:45. Hello everyone. So welcome to the doubt session on internal security. So we have received a number of questions from all the students. I'll pick up these questions one by one. I'll try to provide detailed answers as much as possible to ensure that the doubt is completely clear. So let's start with the first student, CP Ayappan. CP Ayappan has a set of questions. His first question is, who are overground workers or OGWs? If you guys remember, we had covered OGWs when we saw the previous year's questions on terrorism. So under that chapter, UPSC had asked a question on OGWs. Overground workers are those who are providing logistical or material or even financial support to the terrorists. We categorize them separately because these OGWs, they are regular civilians. They themselves will not be involved in the acts of terrorism. They'll not be directly involved in the acts of terrorism. They will be aiding the terrorists, assisting the terrorists by providing direct over the ground support. See, terrorists are hiding. They operate secretly, covertly. Whereas regular civilians in a conflict hit area, they might sympathize with the ideology. They might believe or support the ideology. So they might give some kind of logistical support to the terrorists who are planning attacks against India. Maybe they might give them shelter. They might accommodate the terrorists who come from across the border in their homes to hide them from the police and intelligence agencies. They might arrange vehicles for them to move around or even use them in terror attacks, because cars or bikes would be needed to execute a terror attack. Sometimes the cars and vehicles are loaded with explosives to carry out an attack. And we have seen in many cases that these vehicles were procured by regular civilians who were OGWs. They were acting over the ground, meaning they have a normal life. They have a normal job. They have a normal life in the society. These regular civilians, if they are caught assisting the terrorists in some way or the other, they are categorized as OGWs. So they are the overground workers. Next, second question. What is the Cyber Dome project? This was in news with regard to cyber security, and UPSC has already asked a question on this. A mains question has come. Cyber Dome is a research and development facility. It's a center of excellence that has been established by the state police of a particular state. Do you know which state has established Cyber Dome? Anyone? It's a research and development center to tackle cyber crimes primarily, to improve cyber safety and cyber security. It's an initiative of a particular state police. Do you know which state has set up the Cyber Dome initiative? Anyone? It has been established by the Kerala police. The Kerala state police took up this initiative. They set up a dedicated research and development center as a center of excellence that will promote cyber safety, and it will also help in cracking cyber crimes, in investigating, and also in countering cyber crimes. So it has recruited cyber security professionals to aid in this effort along with the police officers. This institution specializes in cyber forensics, in collecting evidence through cyber tools to crack cyber cases, to promote the cyber safety in Kerala, and tackle the rising menace of cyber crimes in Kerala. So that is the Cyber Dome initiative. It's a research center basically under the Kerala police that not only conducts research into cyber crimes but also develops tools to counter cyber crimes. Is that clear? So that is Cyber Dome project. Next question. What is the uniform anti-terrorist structure which has been recently proposed? This is a good question. This was in news. If you guys are reading newspapers regularly or watching the news analysis regularly, you would have heard about this proposal. It's a new proposal that has been made to have a uniform anti-terror structure. This proposal was made just few days ago by Home Minister Amit Shah. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he was addressing the NIA, the National Investigation Agency. So in this meeting, in this conference, Amit Shah proposed a uniform anti-terrorist structure for the country. Because as you know, NIA has nationwide jurisdiction for all terror cases in the country. Correct? It can investigate any terror cases. But at the state level, your state police, they will have their own anti-terrorist squads or anti-terrorist cells. So they will also conduct their own parallel investigation if they want. Or if NIA wants, it can step in and take over the state's jurisdiction. But at the center and the state, there are parallel investigations which will happen into terrorism cases. So the protocols, the methods used by NIA and your state police will be different. There is no uniform structure. NIA is more sophisticated. It has better strategies in place, better resources at disposal. It has well-established protocols as well on how to deal with terror cases, how to target terror groups. But state police forces, they might succeed, but they might have some deficiencies and shortcomings. They might be following different protocols of investigation, right? Their methods, their tactics could be entirely different, which might contradict the NIA's standard procedures and protocols. So that is the reason why the Home Minister has called for uniformity. He has said that under NIA's purview, there should be a uniform protocol for state police as well while dealing with terror cases, so that we are more effective as a country in tackling terrorism. Remember, while discussing Indian Mujahideen, I told you that the group operated in multiple states, from Karnataka to Kerala to Uttar Pradesh to Bihar. So while investigating such multi-state cases, state police might fail. They may not have the right resources. They might be following the wrong methods and procedures, which may not be suitable for tackling these transnational terror groups that are getting support from foreign countries. So if we have a uniform structure, which is designed by the NIA and adopted by the state police as well, there will be more seamless cooperation between center and state. It will create a well-defined structure to fight terrorism. So this is a proposal the Home Minister has made. It's just a verbal proposal. Nothing officially has been moved by the government. So you need to wait and watch. You need to monitor current affairs for what happens in this particular on this particular issue. All right. So this is the uniform anti-terror structure that the Home Minister was talking about, to have uniformity in investigation and in dealing with terror cases. Next question. How to approach and write an answer to a question in which certain vocabulary in that question is not familiar or known to us. For example, the scourge of terrorism. The scourge of terrorism. The scourge of terrorism is a grave challenge to national security. What solution do you suggest to curb the menace? In this question, the word scourge is unknown to me. So the student is asking, in a given question, what if there are difficult words, difficult vocabulary which is used, which you may not understand, which you may not decipher the meaning behind it? The question is asking is, how do I write an answer to such a question if I don't know what is scourge? See, this is an actual question the student has taken. It's one of the main questions that had come. See, first of all, you can improve your vocabulary through better newspaper reading. That's why I keep urging, read newspapers, read your editorials and columns without fail. Automatically, your language will improve. See, this is not a subject related question at all. This is a grammar based, vocabulary based, English related question. Scourge is nothing but suffering. The suffering inflicted by terrorism. That's what it means. All right. You can improve your vocabulary. You can get familiar with these complex words as well by reading newspapers regularly. When you're reading the newspaper, let's say there is a word you don't understand, or let's say you're seeing this word for the first time. You've never come across this word. You don't know the meaning. Do a simple task. Open a dictionary or simply Google this word and understand what it means. Improving vocabulary is a part of your preparation. See, you don't need very high level language skills. UPSC is not looking at your vocabulary, but having the basic at least, right? At least understanding basic words which are being used is important. So you can improve your vocabulary by reading newspapers regularly. All right. And also, please remember, in UPSC questions, the words are usually very simple. This is a rare question where the scourge word was used. Not everyone will be familiar with it. I can understand. But here, even if you don't understand the meaning of this word, you can still write an answer, because this term here is not relevant to the question. See, the question is asking, the scourge of terrorism is a grave challenge to national security. Even if I remove the word scourge, the meaning is still the same. Terrorism is a grave threat to national security, right? So obviously you can start writing on it. You can explain how terrorism is a threat, what suffering it brings to the people of the country, to the nation, and what measures can we take to curb this growing menace. All right, so don't worry too much about vocabulary. The questions will be simple. Even if you don't understand one word here and there, you can still understand the question and write the answer. But in general, try to improve your vocabulary slightly. Again, I'm not saying you have to get completely accustomed to high level English. It's not needed. UPSC is not asking for that. You need basic conversation level English. So by reading newspapers regularly, the editorials, columns, finding out the meanings of various keywords, you can become better with your vocab. All right. Next question. As Manipur crisis and Khalistan movement has been a lot in news this year, what kind of questions we could expect from these topics with regard to Manipur crisis and then Khalistan movement? The student is absolutely right. Both the topics have been dominating headlines throughout this year. So you can definitely expect questions on these two topics. So what kind of questions can be asked? There can be a question on the ethnic divide in Manipur. UPSC can ask you, what are the factors that have contributed to the latest crisis in Manipur, and evaluate the ethnic divisions which might have contributed to the violence. Such a basic question on the society of Manipur, the ethnic divisions in the society, how it has contributed to the latest clashes and violence. That can be a question. UPSC might ask a question regarding how the ethnic divide has directly contributed to insurgency in Manipur, especially between 1960s to 1990s. It might ask you to explore the link between the ethnic divisions and the conflict and how it has triggered Northeast insurgency in Manipur. It might ask you to talk about various Meitei insurgent groups and Kuki insurgent outfits. So this can be a question. There can be a question on cross-border factors. What cross-border factors have led to the latest violence in Manipur? Can be a question. So the developments in Myanmar's political crisis, where the military has captured power, the refugee crisis it triggered, is what pushed the Zomi community and the Chins from Myanmar towards India, towards Manipur and Mizoram. So this entry of refugees has added to the social divisions, creating stronger divisions between the ethnic groups, causing this incident. So such questions can be expected. The cross-border factors, the ethnic divisions which are contributing, which is the prime contributing factor to the violence, and how it has enabled insurgency. UPSC might ask you to examine whether the latest clashes will it contribute to a resurgence in insurgency again. Can we see a resurgence in insurgency in Manipur like before? That is also a possible question. Or what measures do you suggest to tackle the crisis? Right? Or is AFSPA relevant? How is AFSPA helping the army and Assam Rifles to tackle the situation in Manipur? So any such question can be expected. Coming to Khalistan movement. The major development here is the ongoing revival of the movement. As we have discussed, we have seen a revival in India and abroad. Correct? So there can be questions related to some recent events that happened in India. UPSC might ask you about Waris Punjab Day and Amritpal Singh, who led the revival of the Khalistan terror movement. In order to bring down Amritpal Singh and arrest him, right, internet was suspended in Punjab for several days. Same with Manipur as well. For several months, internet was suspended in Manipur after the violence. Section 144 was imposed. Right? A lot of security measures were taken. So regarding all these developments, there can be questions. Are we seeing a revival of Khalistan movement in India? What factors are responsible? What is Waris Punjab Day? What is the role of Amritpal Singh? Right? Are the measures taken by the government justified? To arrest Amritpal Singh, was it required to, suspend internet? Was it required to impose such strict measures across the state? So based on this, questions can come. Based on the foreign factors, there could be a question on support coming from Canada and other Western countries, where some members of the Sikh diaspora are backing the movement. See, foreign governments may not directly support them. Of course, they won't. But there is some kind of support. They are tolerating them, especially in Canada. Now that India-Canada relations have been completely hit, right? So there is a tolerance that you see in Canada, especially, where Canadian government is tolerating the Khalistani terrorists on its soil. So that is also a case of harboring terrorists. It's a safe haven. It's a sanctuary. So based on this, the role of foreign governments, the latest crisis with Canada, the diplomatic crisis, how the Khalistan movement's revival has created a diplomatic crisis. What is the role of the Sikh diaspora, the radical elements? How are they backing the movement? There could be a question on Pakistan's role again. What is the extent of foreign involvement? What is the role of ISI again in trying to revive the Khalistan movement? Which are the major groups like Khalistan Tiger Force, Babar Khalsa International, right? Khalistan Zindabad Force, the Khalistan Commando Force, Sikhs for Justice. All these outfits become important. You should have basic knowledge, awareness, where they operate, what they have done, right? What incidents we have seen in UK, US, Australia, in Canada. Correct? So this is the basic knowledge you should have, and there can be question on any of these topics. Now let's move on. Let's see the next question. Next question is from Amit Metri. Amit Metri, I hope you're here. The first question from Amit. How and to what extent the Maya Bharat operating system contributes to internal security? Amit is asking about the Maya OS, also referred to as Bharat OS. Remember, I told you that in cybersecurity, one of the big threats is the dependency of India on foreign operating systems. Because your cybersecurity will be weak when you depend on foreign vendors who are supplying the hardware, software, and the communication network equipment. The attackers will mainly look for vulnerabilities, right? And it's possible that when you're procuring all your hardware, software, and the infrastructure equipment from foreign countries, there could be security backdoors installed to spy on the country. If you're installing these foreign systems with foreign softwares in critical facilities, let's say it's being used by the armed forces, it's used in key ministries or in intelligence agencies, these computers become an automatic risk. Foreign governments might have pressurized these companies, hardware, software companies, to create these security backdoors from where they can hack into the network and then spy on India, right? Carry out espionage or even engage in cyber warfare. So this becomes the biggest risk for us. So that's why with regard to operating systems, we are moving away from depending on Microsoft Windows, Apple Mac, or even Google's Android. In key institutions, we are trying to use a indigenously developed operating system called Maya OS or Bharat OS. It's developed by the DRDO in collaboration with CERT-In, then CDAC, and NIC. NIC is National Informatics Center, which manages all the digital uh, platforms. CDAC is the Center for Development of Advanced Computing. It's a computer science research development center in India. So these entities with DRDO have developed an indigenous OS called Maya OS or Bharat OS. It's based on the open source Linux model. It's an open source platform based on the Linux model. It also has an inbuilt protection mechanism, which has been labeled as the Chakravyu. The DRDO has ensured that it has an inbuilt protection mechanism called Chakravyu to deal with cyber threats. Now, this OS is being installed in critical locations like the Armed Forces of India. The armed forces going forward will be using the Maya OS in all their systems. This will expand to other government facilities as well. All key institutions, ISRO, DRDO itself, then Prime Minister's Office, Defense Ministry, intelligence agencies, they will all be switching to this indigenous OS in the coming months and years. The goal is to reduce our dependency on foreign operating systems and foreign vendors, which is an inherent cybersecurity risk. So to answer your question, definitely an indigenous OS was needed. It will provide better cybersecurity. See, this is not foolproof again. It doesn't mean Maya OS cannot be hacked. It can still be hacked by foreign agencies, but it is much better. It will be much more safe and secure than depending on foreign operating systems. So in that regard, it is definitely a boost to our cybersecurity. Next, how to be safe from booby traps. Booby trap is a deception tactic that terrorists use where they would have concealed bombs, or they will basically deceive the troops, and they will ensure that there is a surprise attack on them. For example, let's say the forces get to know that terrorists are hiding in a building. They receive an intelligence input that terrorists are hiding in this building. Immediately, the security forces will launch an operation. Now, without following the basic safety measures and protocols, if they barge into the building, if they simply crash into the building, there might be a booby trap, meaning which there is a bomb which could be triggered based on your entry. The moment you enter the building, there could be a trip wire. The moment you trip on that wire, it will trigger the explosive, right? Or it could be activated by your motion or the pressure. It could be a pressure activated bomb. The moment you step on the door at the entrance, the bomb could explode, killing all the troops that came along with you, right? This is called a booby trap. Or like Naxals have done, they've used the bodies of the Jawans who have lost their lives already in an ambush attack. Now they know reinforcement troops are coming to collect the bodies. So they will place bombs under the body or inside the body itself. The moment the reinforcement troops come and pick up the body, the bomb will explode. Right? These are booby traps. Now, how do you avoid it? By following your SOPs. Standard operating protocols are everything in a security situation. Forces have brought out their SOPs on how to operate, how to deal with each and every situation. Every step is carefully planned out. You simply have to follow the safety protocols, follow the SOP measures. Now, before you pick up a body, it's better you scan. You have scanners, handheld scanners available, which will let you know about the presence of a bomb, right? Same with buildings or even other locations being booby trapped. There are technologies available today to pick out the presence of an explosive even before you enter. So exercising that caution is critical, very, very important. All you have to do is the SOPs have to be followed. All right, the standard operating protocols, they have to be followed step by step, and it ensures the safety of the troops. You can avoid such booby traps. Next, what are the trends in global terrorism? I think we discussed this, right? I spoke about many important terrorist organizations. We spoke about ISIS, Al Qaeda. We spoke about Boko Haram. We spoke about Hamas, Hezbollah, and many more. ETIM, the ARSA, Al Shabaab, right? Many, many terror groups were discussed. So, if you ask what is the global trend, definitely terrorism is a major global threat. It persists at a very high level, from Afghanistan to Syria to Yemen, across Africa. Terrorism is very rampant, prevalent, and South Asia, especially, is very badly affected. So, terrorism in general has sustained over the last 30 years, right? The threat is very, very real, very credible. And if you're looking at a trend, one trend is that terrorists have become more sophisticated, right? ISIS, for example, leveraged social media to its advantage. We studied how ISIS used social media platforms to spread its radical ideology. Now, if you look at Hamas, the latest attack it carried out in Israel, do you know how it evaded Israeli intelligence completely? The attack it carried out on 7th October, the deadly attack in Israel, where thousands of people were killed, this brutal attack was not picked up by Israeli intelligence. It's often said Israel has some of the best intelligence agencies, Mossad and Shin Bet. They both were fully deceived. It was a colossal intelligence failure on the part of Israel. If such a massive operation was planned, Israeli agencies should have picked it up. There's no excuse for it. It was not any small attack. It was not some minor incident. It was a well planned, well coordinated operation. If thousands of Hamas terrorists could breach the barriers and cross over and fire thousands of rockets, there would have been extensive planning behind it, months and weeks of planning and organization efforts. This should have been detected and picked up. Guess why it wasn't picked up? The reason is very simple. Terror groups are switching back to the old world days. Intelligence agencies have heavily relied on technical intelligence. This is one big mistake. India also has done this. US also has done this. By using technology, you believe that you can collect all the required intelligence. But trust me, there is no replacement for human intelligence. HumInt is everything in the world of intelligence. Having your own assets inside the target groups is critical to generate valuable real-time intelligence. Because terror groups, they know mobile phones are intercepted. Anything they communicate is intercepted. They know satellites and drones are watching them. So Hamas went underground into the tunnels. The entire planning, organization, execution largely was underground in the tunnels. And they abandoned communication. They basically abandoned electronic communication. They switched back to the old times, communicating by verbal instructions, mouth to mouth instructions, right? Person to person instructions. So if they don't use mobile phones or the internet to communicate, if they don't organize on the ground openly, they'll never get picked up by the interception technologies. It will become redundant, it will become useless. So Hamas did this. They switched to the old world methods. They hid from satellites and drones by going underground in the tunnels. They used old world methods of communication, verbal communication, abandoned all technology, basically. They basically went back 30, 40 years. That's it. That's all they have to do. This will evade all forms of technical surveillance, and you'll not get any inputs from here. The only input you might have got is from human intelligence if you had a good human asset inside these groups working for you. So, this is why experts are saying that Israel completely failed. It was a massive, colossal failure. They failed to get even a small hint of this scale of attack which was being planned and executed. Right? So, that is one trend you can notice. Terror groups are smarter, more sophisticated. They know how to evade surveillance from intelligence agencies as well. Right? In North Africa as well, there are a lot of terror groups that are posing a major threat in the Sahel region, in Mali, Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso, in all these African countries. Terror groups have become very, very dominant. France left the region. Terrorism increased to such an extent that France could not continue its military operation. France, with the support of UK and US, had deployed troops to counter the terror groups in the Sahel. But France could not bear the impact. Now France has quit its military operations. So this has allowed the terror groups to flourish easily in northern parts of Africa. That is another major threat that you can see. And Pakistan is not going to stop. It's just taking a break because its economy is in crisis. It's internally facing many challenges. But very soon, Pakistan will revive its covert war against India. So these are some broad trends I can point out at the top of my head. Rest you can figure out from newspapers, and we have discussed some in class as well. Next, why Karnataka government failed in identifying the Bhatkal brothers and preventing large the range of threat to India. See, not every threat will be picked up by the intelligence agencies, right? Bhatkal brothers from Bhatkal district of Karnataka, they were mainly members of a group called SIMI, the Students Islamic Movement of India. So the SIMI group itself was under watch. It was banned later as well as a terrorist group by the Home Ministry. But by that time, Riaz Bhatkal and his brother, they were already radicalized. After the Godhra riots, they were already highly radicalized and they were driven to carry out terrorism against India. So they quickly left India as well. By the time SIMI was targeted and banned, they had left India, taken shelter in Pakistan, and from there they started running their terror operations in India. So by the time Indian Mujahideen was formed, right, these brothers had already turned terrorists. And of course, a new terror group will not come under the immediate scanner. It was a brand new organization created. But once these attacks started happening through Indian Mujahideen, then our police and intelligence agencies picked up this information that, okay, this is a new group formed by the Bhatkal brothers. So it was, again, yes, you can say it was part of the failed security measures. But generally, yeah, in a new group, it's difficult to have prior knowledge, prior information as well. Next, whether Modi government is making a new comprehensive law than UAPA, that we should ask the government itself, right? How can I answer that? As of now, we don't know anything. UAPA is the primary anti-terror law. Whether the government is planning to replace it, we don't know. Next, sir, whether USA is playing mind games by burning global peace, such as in Ukraine, Russia, in Israel-Palestine issue, is there any contribution of CIA? See, this is again speculative. Whatever we discuss will be speculative. Of course, USA has played a role in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which I've explained in IR classes. It was US, Western countries which triggered Russia. They were trying to bring Ukraine into NATO, into European Union. That's what triggered Russia. But we can't really comment on what extent CIA was involved in, in creating the Russia-Ukraine divide. That's something which we will never know, maybe. Same with Israel and Hamas. US wouldn't have played any role here. This was entirely Hamas on its own, with maybe some support from Iran, right? US would never get involved with groups like Hamas. It's impossible. Next, sir, any interview question for aspirants from Karnataka regarding internal security? For example, UPSC, let's say in the interview, if you're specifically looking at any security developments in Karnataka, which is like a national issue. One, of course, is Indian Mujahideen, which the student has already mentioned. The role of Bhatkal brothers and the rise of Indian Mujahideen. This happened in Karnataka. Next, there's another group called PFI, Popular Front of India. It has a strong base in Kerala and Karnataka, particularly in coastal areas. In the Kannur, Malabar region, in the Mangalore, Udupi belt, PFI has a very strong presence. Recently, Home Ministry has designated PFI as a terror group. It calls itself a NGO and a political group, but it's not. It's involved with terror activities. So under UAPA, it was declared as a terrorist organization by the Home Ministry. So the central and state governments are acting against this group. Recently, there were some attacks in Karnataka. These were failed attacks. All right, I don't know if you have paid attention to it. There was an incident in Mangaluru and an incident in Shimoga. These incidents have been tied with PFI activists and as well as with some ISIS modules that had taken root in Karnataka. So this could be a recent incident which can be asked in the interview. Apart from this, there is rampant communal polarization in Karnataka. Again, in the coastal belt especially, but you see this across Karnataka as well. But particularly in coastal Karnataka, there is extensive communal polarization created by radical religious groups. There are radical Islamic outfits and radical Hindutva outfits. These are extremist organizations. They have driven large-scale communal polarization between the communities, and they have sowed the poison of hatred, which creates a very volatile situation. This is another security risk, right? This is something you should be aware of. Both sides, there are extremist organizations contributing to the communalization of Karnataka, particularly in coastal belt. So that is another major risk. Next, how can we stop Jaish-e-Mohammed from carrying out terror attacks on Indian forces? Of course, we have to improve our border security because Jaish-e-Mohammed operates mainly in Pakistan. So the terrorists are infiltrating, coming across the border. So improving border security will help. Improving your intelligence gathering to counter Jaish-e-Mohammed. Then as well as our forces, they have to follow basic protocols. Like in Pulwama attacks, a grave blunder was committed by India in moving the CRPF convoy. There are strict protocols on how large troops have to be moved around. The government had all these protocols in place. Home Ministry, Defense Ministry, they have strict protocols that you shouldn't move large troops by road, by vehicles, because they can be easily attacked. That's why only flights had to be provided, only aircrafts had to be provided to move the larger troops. But in the case of Pulwama attacks, we saw that protocols were violated by the CRPF and the government, and they moved the convoy through buses, which made them directly vulnerable. They were exposed to the terrorists. So following the safety protocols, the standard operating protocols is critical for security forces as well. They have to shield themselves against these attacks. Next, Digital Protection Act 2023. That's not a question. You're just mentioning the Digital Protection Act, and we have covered it, right? I spent, I think, 15-20 minutes in just talking about Digital Protection Act. So please go back, watch that session again, and take a look at the key points. This is the law that we have brought out to protect personal data, to guarantee data protection, data security. It identifies data principals. Data principals are the users, the citizens in the country. Data fiduciaries, they are the middle intermediaries, like government agencies, private companies, which are collecting your data, processing your data, handling and storing your data. They become the data fiduciaries. So this law is giving you certain rights. It is giving certain rights for data principals and imposes some duties on data fiduciaries. So data fiduciaries are responsible for your data protection, for your data security. So several rights are given under this, like right to consent. Without your consent, they can't collect data. They also need to provide the right to erasure. If you decide to quit any service or platform, you should have the right to erase all your data, the right to be forgotten, basically. You should also be given the right to grievance. Let's say you have an issue, a complaint to raise, you should have a opportunity to raise a grievance and a complaint, right? And this has to be addressed by the fiduciary. Then the right to correct the data being collected might be incorrect regarding you. So you should have a right to correct your data. You should have an option where the private companies and even the government should give you an option to correct the data. So such basic rights are being provided with duties and obligations on the fiduciaries. But however, most government agencies will be exempted, especially security agencies, the intelligence law enforcement agencies, they'll be exempted from these conditions. They will not apply to them on national security grounds. So those are some basic provisions I can tell you. So please go back and watch it again. It's a big discussion. So that will give you a complete idea about the topic. Next question. The next set of questions is from Vivek Bhushan. Vivek Bhushan has asked a number of questions. Good. Let's take them up one by one. What are the major challenges to India's internal security in the current geopolitical context? Vivek is asking, what are the major current challenges that we are facing? One is, of course, state-sponsored terrorism that's coming from across the border. Cross-border terror, state-sponsored terror. This is one big threat for India. Right? As I told you, Pakistan will never give up its support for terrorism. And also in our neighborhood, the support for cross-border terror exists. In Pakistan, in Myanmar, to an extent in Bangladesh, right? And of course, China. So there is some support coming from across the borders, and there is state involvement as well in some cases. So this remains one of the biggest threats for India. Next, communal politics in India is a major threat. It only widens the divisions. It will further support extremist radical activities, right? So various organizations, political parties are responsible for communalization of Indian politics. This is a major security threat, an internal threat. Then cyber security. The cyber threats are increasing day by day, right? Along with misuse of media platforms. Misuse of all media platforms, especially social media. This is another major concern, right? The number of cyber crimes are going up. Cyber warfare has become a reality today. China especially has enormous capabilities with regard to cyber espionage and cyber warfare. So this remains a major security concern. So these are the 3-4 major threats that we are facing. Apart from this, the linkages between domestic terror groups and global terror groups, the connections that some domestic groups have with global terror organizations, that could be another major risk in the current geopolitical context. Like there could be a radical group in India having links with ISIS or aligned with Islamic State, right? Or some India-based groups having contacts with Al-Qaeda, right? So such cross-border linkages between domestic groups and foreign global organizations is another major risk. So these are the major threats we can think of in the current context. Next question. How does left-wing extremism impact India's internal security? What measures have been taken to address the issue? You are basically asking me the whole chapter on Naxalism and left-wing extremism, right? Of course, we can't discuss and repeat everything. But just to give you a small, precise answer, left-wing extremism does have a huge impact on India's internal security because this is largely a homegrown problem. It's a domestic problem, right? It was driven mainly by lack of development, poor governance. That's why the Naxal movement had such a large support base from farmers, from peasants, from tribal communities, workers, because there were unresolved issues in administration and governance. The backwardness of the region, lack of infrastructure, lack of growth. This is what contributed to the rise of Naxalism in the first place in central and eastern parts of India. So these divides persist even today. Even though we have done much better with regard to governance and administration, there are certain developmental challenges where few communities are being left behind, where few local issues are not being addressed, right? So the lack of development, lack of good governance could further drive Naxalism. Naxalism is not, going away. It persists as a threat. Even though it has declined, it does remain a considerable threat, especially in Chhattisgarh and Odisha, right? Even in parts of Maharashtra. So it does pose a major threat to our security. Naxals have the ability to still carry out major attacks against our security forces. We have seen in the last 1 or 2 years itself, they have carried out few big attacks against CRPF and state police forces. Plus their links with organized crime, how they perpetuate extortion and criminal activities like drug production, trafficking, is a major risk which further destabilizes the country. So how do we deal with them? As always, one is the security approach. Use your security forces, intelligence agencies to effectively target the left wing extremists, and parallelly acknowledge the developmental problem. Provide for better governance, better administration, improve infrastructure, create economic opportunities so you can bridge the divide and pull those regions away, the people away from these extremists. So it requires a mixed strategy, as we have always done. So that is something you can suggest as the measures for countering left wing extremism. Next question. What role does cross border terrorism play in internal security scenario of Jammu and Kashmir? In the case of J&K, there are two types of terror groups that we have seen. One is homegrown domestic terror groups, which are based out of J&K itself, where there is local support by separatist elements. All right, the other threat, the major threat actually, comes from across the border. So Pakistan and its state agencies, the ISI and the army, they have always played a direct role in nurturing multiple terror organizations across the border in Pakistan. So this is the situation in J&K. If you look at J&K's insurgency and terrorism, there are few homegrown domestic groups attacking India, fighting a separatist war against India. But the major threat is from the cross-border outfits coming from Pakistan, which are nurtured and sheltered by Pakistan. So to answer your question, what role does cross-border terrorism play in the security of J&K? This plays the biggest role. Domestic groups are very few and they can be tackled. In fact, we have already tackled most of the homegrown terror groups in J&K that operate inside India. The biggest threat in J&K, they are the Pakistan-based outfits, the cross-border outfits supported by Pakistan. So this definitely plays the biggest role in the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. If you see any increase in terrorism, if you see any further destabilization in J&K, it's all because of the cross-border factors, where terrorism is being pushed by Pakistan from across the LOC into India. So it definitely plays the biggest role as far as security of J&K is concerned. Next, how does militancy in Northeast states affect our internal security? The militancy or insurgency seen in Northeast India has not only destabilized the Northeast region, but has a wider impact. The weakening of border security is a national security concern because hostile countries like Pakistan and China, they get a foothold in the region. They can use Bangladesh and Myanmar to sponsor these outfits. It will further enable organized criminal activities like drug trafficking, arms trafficking. So it has a social impact, economic impact. It could have an environmental impact as well, as insurgents hide in the forests, leading to environmental destruction and damage. Right? The overall law and order situation gets affected, as we have seen in the case of Manipur. Many ethnic groups, they have the support of armed insurgent outfits. So the inter-tribal rivalries, inter-ethnic rivalries that exist in Northeast India, they could get aggravated because of insurgency, because they have the support of these armed insurgent groups. So all these are major risk factors for India. These are the direct threats we face from Northeast insurgency. So from economic to social to security interests, all of them could get compromised. Next question. What is the impact of drugs and narcotics on India's internal security? This is something I've covered in detail. I've explained this repeatedly. drugs plays a direct role in fueling terrorism. Drugs, narcotics have a big social impact. This is the risk you face. If drug production and trafficking is rampant, you run the risk of your youth getting addicted to drugs. India does face a major challenge here, especially in Indian cities, right? In several schools and colleges, drugs are being sold to young kids and teenagers, leading to drug addiction that can destroy their careers. This could destroy their families, leading to a widespread social impact. It becomes a social menace. For example, if you look at Khalistan movement in the 1980s, when the Khalistan movement was raging in the 1980s, Punjab was very badly affected by the drug menace and drug addiction. Almost in every household, there would be drug addicts. That was the kind of impact that drugs and narcotics had on the society of Punjab. It does have a huge impact on the security factors, because we have all studied repeatedly how drugs are connected to terrorism and money laundering, how terror groups use drug cultivation to raise funds, how they use drugs to get the youth indoctrinated, right? It's easy to brainwash addicted youth. So that's where the terror groups rely on it. And there's this direct connection with money laundering and organized crime, which generates finances for terrorism to fund terror activities. So these are the major security threats that we perceive from drugs and narcotics. Next, how does the weakening of the federal structure pose a threat to India's internal security? So the student is referring to the federal structure, meaning the center state relations, and how does it influence our internal security? Can any disruption in center state relations result in internal security threats? Right? That's what the student is asking. This is definitely a possibility. It's actually a good question. Remember, we have studied how jurisdiction becomes an issue between center and states. Remember, we spoke about CBI requiring to ask consent every time, or NIA, then ED, NCB, all of them being accused of, being misused by the center to target the opposition, to target state governments and regional parties. So these interstate, these center state issues, which are part of our federal polity, can of course affect our fight against all the security threats. If there is no cooperation between center and states, if they are creating hurdles for each other for political reasons, basically, if they politicize security issues, right, then definitely it becomes a threat. It could increase the security threats in the country. It will weaken our fight against terrorism. It will weaken our fight against crime and money laundering, right? There are cases where states will be pursuing an investigation, but center will try to shield and protect some of the accused on political grounds. Or center is pursuing a major investigation, but states at the state level, political parties might try to shield and protect the accused. So such disruptions, because of political reasons, the politicization of security issues by both center and states, could weaken our fight against these security threats. The lack of cooperation, where they don't cooperate with each other, they don't share evidence with each other, could also become a major hurdle in our fight against security threats. So definitely, cordial center-state relations are needed as per the Constitution of India. But politicization of all these issues by all the major national parties and also by regional parties leads to this situation where center-state cooperation becomes difficult, and there are situations where center and state have created deliberate hurdles, political hurdles, to disrupt investigations. So this is indeed is a challenge as far as security is concerned. Next question. What are the implications of increasing economic inequalities on India's internal security? This goes back to the first chapter. In the first chapter, I explained the linkages between development and extremism. How lack of development, poor governance, and administration can contribute to rise of extremism. Right? Because when whole regions or communities are not being provided any welfare, if the government is failing due to corruption, right? If large uh, development is not taking place, and if all the benefits are being cornered by just a few elite and rich and powerful people, that obviously breeds resentment, right? It pushes the people to lose faith in the country, in the constitution, and that becomes a driving factor for radicalism and extremism. So there is this direct connection between economic inequalities and internal security threats. More the inequalities, more will be the security threat. So one way to handle your security threats is to provide for better growth, provide equitable growth, ensure all regions or all communities are thriving at the same time with equal treatment from the state. So better governance, better administration is necessary to deal with security threats as well. Next, how does the rise of communalism contribute to internal security threats? I already answered that. I took a couple of instances to point out how rising communalism is a threat. The rising communal divide, which is being encouraged by political parties, being rather planned and engineered by political parties. This is extremely dangerous for a secular country like India, for a diverse country like India. The communal divisions being sown between different religions, right? Which is encouraged by even radical religious extremist organizations. It pushes us down in a wrong path, in a dangerous path, where it could lead to communal riots, violence, and that could create even more resentment between communities, where some of the extremists might take up terrorism against the country or against the other community. Right? We have seen the impact of anti-Sikh riots, how it fueled more support from religious elements for Khalistan movement. We saw the example of Babri Masjid demolition and Godhra riots and Hindu-Muslim riots, how it has contributed to rise of radicalism and terrorism, how Pakistan has exploited these internal divides of India, right? So definitely rising communalism is one of the gravest threats for India. What is the role of intelligence agencies in maintaining internal security? That's what we have studied in all these classes, right? I explained what IB does, what RAW does, and what the other agencies like NTRO, what do they do, right? They collect intelligence on various security threats through various methods and sources. They use technical intelligence by intercepting communication. They intercept all forms of communication, internet to mobile traffic, everything, even satellite communication as well. They also use satellite and other aerial assets like aircrafts and drones to generate imagery intelligence, to monitor border areas, to check infiltration. Then they also develop human intelligence. They try to place human assets. They try to infiltrate the target groups so that we can get very accurate, reliable information based on which we can target the security threats. So intelligence agencies play a critical role in generating such valuable intelligence inputs that gives us the forewarning about upcoming threats and attacks. And they run their own covert operations as well to neutralize these threats. They don't just monitor and collect intelligence, they act against it as well. They run covert operations to disable these groups, to neutralize these terrorists and other threats. So that is a prime role of the intelligence agencies. Next question: how does cybercrime pose a threat to India's internal security? What measures are being taken to combat the issue? I think Vivek has made a list of questions from all the chapters covering the entire chapter. So I think Vivek, you're expecting me to repeat the whole syllabus. So it'll take 2 more weeks to answer all these questions. But yeah, just to give you a basic idea, cybercrime definitely is a major threat. We have seen increasing frauds, ransomware incidents, where Indians are losing crores of rupees, right? The financial fraud which is taking place through cyber crimes is already imposing a financial cost on the country. The scale of cyber crimes and cyber frauds is massive today. Is that clear? So that economic loss affects the financial stability of an individual, the victim, and it could threaten the economic stability of the country as well. So if you're just looking at cyber crimes, the economic threat is the biggest threat. Along with that, cyber crimes can enable other forms of organized crime, like drug trafficking, arms trafficking, which can be done through the dark net by misusing the internet and social media. So what measures are we taking? As we discussed, we have very stringent regulations today. The IT rules have been brought out to regulate social media. Then we have institutions like CERT-In, Then we have NCIIPC, the NCCC, Cert In, and the other sectoral certs as well, right? Which mainly look at the incidents and threats, especially cyber crimes as well. When it comes to cyber crimes, NCIIPC doesn't play any role because NCIIPC is mainly to protect critical infrastructure against cyber wars. But with regard to cyber crimes, CERT-IN definitely plays a big role along with Home Ministry and your state police. I told you that Home Ministry has created a portal, the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, where you can report all cyber incidents. Respective state police, they have their own cyber divisions today where you can register these complaints. So all the law and order measures are being taken up. You can cite the example of Cyber Dome of Kerala police as well, right? So all these measures are being taken to protect India against cyber crimes. You can even mention global cooperation, the ongoing UN proposed UN convention, maybe India joining the Budapest Convention, because global cooperation is needed to tackle cyber crimes, as these are transnational crimes. Next, what's the impact of radicalization and transnational terrorism on India's internal security? Again, radicalization is the very starting point, the origin of terrorism, right? Extremist groups which are looking to destabilize India, they rely on radicalization. They promote these radical ideologies, maybe radical political ideology like Maoism, right? Or radical religious ideology, as we have seen in the case of various terrorist outfits. So both left-wing extremism, right-wing extremism are equally dangerous. And these extremist groups, they try to create this divide in the country. They try to breed resentment by brainwashing the youth, brainwashing the target audience. They try to create the divide between the government, the state, and the people. And once they have a large set of radicalized people who are ready to back this extremist movement, it automatically becomes a major threat, an extremist terrorist threat for India. Next, how does illegal migration from Bangladesh especially affect the demographic balance and internal security? We have studied this, right? The large scale illegal migration is what altered the demographic balance, leading to socio-ethnic tensions. So obviously, the natives in Assam and Tripura who are affected, they retaliated against this and took up insurgency against illegal migration. So be it Ulfa's insurgency, the Assam agitation we spoke about, then Tripura insurgency, they were all a result of illegal migration from Bangladesh. Next, what are the challenges faced by paramilitary forces in maintaining internal security? The CAPFs, they face many challenges. One, of course, is adequate funding and resources. Even though we have very large CAPFs, they're not getting adequate funds and resources. That's where we have a major challenge. The MHA, the government they need to do more. All right. Then even with regard to their recruitment, their training, there are problems. The correct audience is not being recruited. Those who are joining, they're joining just for the sake of it, just for getting a livelihood. People who are joining the forces are not highly motivated. This becomes a problem. They're not getting paid adequate salaries, adequate compensation. So this is definitely a problem that affects the motivation, morale of the paramilitary forces. Plus, there are increasing threats. The border areas are so challenging. The geography terrain is so difficult. Plus, there are hostile countries sponsoring all these threats. There is organized crime, which is widely prevalent. So dealing with the geography, dealing with the hostile threats is not easy. So it's a very difficult challenge. That itself is a big challenge for the paramilitary forces, right? The inhospitable terrain, the harsh climate, the hostile threats present, they all create challenges for the security forces. And also, uh, within the paramilitary forces, some of the issues are not resolved quickly. Like, for example, let's say issues related to pensions, promotions, salaries. This affects the morale again, the morale motivation. So it requires more reforms in the security forces. Then you also see that within our security forces, there are a lot of suicides and fratricide incidents. Fratricide is where one soldier kills the other soldiers. We have seen many such incidents. This is a result of mental depression, anxiety, trauma, which is a result of being involved in conflicts. Anyone who's part of conflicts will suffer from PTSD, post traumatic stress disorder. It pushes you to suffer severe mental depression. So, mental health issues are not being prioritized by our forces adequately. Mental health is absolutely critical. for your security forces. This needs to become a focus area for the government. This has largely remained neglected, right? They need right counseling, they need mental health care. There should be no stigma around it. All right, suffering from a mental disorder will not make you any less of a person. And it is very common for security forces to suffer from mental health issues because of the complex challenges they deal with, right? Because of all the harsh realities they face and the constant death that they see around them. They will suffer from mental anguish, depression, stress, anxiety, and PTSD symptoms. So it's very important to focus on mental health care, or else you cannot tackle the suicides and the fratricides which are increasing day by day. So these are various challenges affecting our forces. Next, how effective has NIA been in combating terrorism? NIA has been quite effective. As I told you, from its establishment in 2009, NIA has really scaled up its capabilities. Today, it has multiple offices across the country. It has been very effective in cracking many cases. It has delivered justice as well in many terror incidents. It has become very proactive in in registering cases, in applying scientific methods and technology in investigation. So that's how it is able to get a lot of convictions as well. So NIA has definitely played a big role. It's been very effective in combating terrorism. What's the role of state police and central armed police forces in maintaining law and order and ensuring internal security? See, law and order is primarily a state subject. Maintaining law and order is the state's responsibility, not the center. So definitely your state police play a big role in maintaining law and order. Internal security in general is again a state subject. All right. So state police, your state police definitely play a role in managing the overall internal security of the state. At the same time, internal security is of concern for the center as well, especially when it has interstate and transnational ramifications. It becomes a concurrent subject in that regard, right? It comes on the concurrent list in that regard, where the threat is affecting the stability of the country, the integrity, sovereignty of the nation. That's where the center steps in, like Naxalism, insurgency, and terrorism. In such cases of internal security threats, the center will also step in to work with the state governments. So here, your CAPFs and central agencies play a bigger role when there is a direct threat to the country's integrity and sovereignty. Otherwise, regular internal security threats are handled by state police. Even law and order situation is handled by state police. So that is the primary role of your state police and central forces in law and order and internal security. How has social media been a game changer? That's the next question. How has social media been a game changer in posing new challenges to internal security? This again, you're asking me to repeat the whole chapter, right? Which can't be done. It's practically impossible. But of course, I can just tell you what kind of threats we are facing from social media. With the emergence and wide adoption of social media, we have seen the spread of fake news, the large scale spread of propaganda, where political religious groups are spreading their propaganda, leading to more extremism in the society. We are having a real world impact where people are getting influenced on social media and they are subscribing to more extremist ideologies, especially right wing extremist ideologies. So, the spread of fake news and propaganda is directly driving security threats. It could be mob violence or mob lynchings, where mobs have attacked entire set of innocent people just because of their religion, their food, right, or their customs, etc. There is a case where we have seen riots being triggered because of fake messages circulating, right? So communal riots, mob violence, they all become the direct threats arising from misuse of social media. Understood? So definitely social media has a lot of advantages, but the misuse creates major security risks, from triggering riots to violence to increasing polarization and divisions that contributes to extremism. We are seeing all kinds of threats on social media, right? Next, can technology be a solution to internal security challenges? Definitely yes. We have discussed those examples as well, how technology can improve our internal security. For example, using CCTV cameras. Something as simple as a CCTV camera can improve your security. Using facial recognition technology driven by AI algorithms can help in picking out the suspects, can help in tracking the suspects. Artificial intelligence can play a very big role in security, right? It can help in data mining, in the surveillance that you're carrying out. If there are vast volumes of data which has to be scrutinized, it is impossible for humans to do it manually. So that's where AI algorithms can come in, help in data mining, look at vast volumes of data to pick out for information that we are looking. So facial recognition, CCTV cameras, then advances we have made in satellite technology, in drones, they've all revolutionized the world of security, right? Even with regard to bomb detection, the advanced weapons and various gadgets and devices that are developed to protect the forces, they're all changing internal security completely, right? So adoption of technology definitely is a big boost for your security measures. Next, what is the role of regional political parties in ensuring internal security? Regional political parties, they do play a big role because they are the ones who are working at the local level, right? Regional parties, especially at the state and regional level, they have closer contact with the local people. So if they find any disturbing developments, they need to act on it, report this to the government as well. They shouldn't take sides, they shouldn't back any extremist forces or align with them, not use them for political purposes to win votes. Rather, they should work with the security agencies to curb the threat. Now imagine in a region where there is large scale political divisions and or communal polarization. A political party can positively influence them. Instead of capitalizing on it and increasing the divide, it can have a positive influence. It can have word with the local community leaders, bring the people together and build more unity amongst the groups. The resentment can be reduced, hatred can be reduced at the local level if your political parties play a big role. So they do have a major role to play, right, in addressing the divisions and the divides that exist at the society level. So they do have a major role to play, if you ask me. Next, how does climate change, environmental degradation pose a challenge? It doesn't pose much of a challenge, but yeah, in the long term, if you think of development getting compromised and disasters increasing because of climate change, environmental degradation, those affected by it could maybe become vulnerable for radicalism. So that is a link you can think of, but it's a very long process, right? Climate change, environmental degradation is increasing disasters. So the impact is mainly borne by poor people and the weaker sections, the vulnerable sections. So those who are affected by disasters, those who are left out from development and better governance, they might become vulnerable to more radicalism and extremism. That is a link you can think of, but of course there's no direct immediate connection there. What's the impact of organized crime on our economy and security? Organized crime like smuggling and trafficking is a huge threat to the economy itself, because as we discussed, smuggling of gold, smuggling of electronic items, right, which are otherwise heavily taxed, it affects the revenue. If custom duties are not imposed on them, if they don't come through the legal ports of entry, we don't levy taxes on them, right? That's where custom duties are imposed, which is a major source of revenue to the government. So smuggling, trafficking is a revenue loss for the government of India. Plus, it has connections with terror financing, with money laundering. So that becomes a security threat. For example, through the same smuggling routes where gold is being smuggled, where electronic devices are being smuggled, in the same route, weapons can also be smuggled, explosives can be smuggled, or terrorists could be infiltrated. So there's the direct connection here. That's why organized crime of all forms becomes a security threat. How do international relations impact internal security? Of course, there is a direct connection here. Our foreign relations will determine our internal security situation and vice versa. Our ties with neighboring countries. If we have friendly relations, our security will be better. If we have hostile neighbors, our security will be compromised because many threats are coming from across the border, as we studied in Northeast India, in Kashmir, in Punjab. I gave the example of Bangladesh, how we had a hostile government in Bangladesh, which was directly aiding the pro Pakistan terror groups and Northeast insurgent groups. But once we had a pro India government under Sheikh Hasina, it has completely transformed. The Bangladesh border has become safer. Northeast India has become stable, more stable, because of our improved ties with Bangladesh. Right? So international relations has everything to do with internal security. They are directly linked and connected. Next, what major laws and acts have been passed by the government to ensure internal security? We studied all of them, right? I don't think you should even be asking the question. From PMLA to UAPA, even TADA, POTA can be mentioned, even though they have been removed. You can still mention them. National Security Act, IT Act, right? The list goes on. So all these are important laws that help us fight the security threats. Next, what role does civil society and media play in ensuring internal security? That's a good question. Media and civil society, they do play a very big role. Civil society, the media, and next question is also about citizens contributing to internal security. So I'll take both questions together. Student is asking, what's the role of civil society, media, and citizens in ensuring security of the country? Now let's take the example of fake news. We already understood how fake news is a security threat, how it can lead to real world security problems. If your civil society is responsible, if the media is responsible, if the citizens are responsible, they can all help in countering the menace of fake news. For example, civil society activists, they can form their groups to keep a check on fake news that is spreading, and they can fact check every claim that is being made and counter the fake news if they detect that. Media outlets, they can act on their own or form a collective group of media organizations and report more responsibly. Ensure they fact check everything they are reporting. Ensure they don't spread biased views. Today, if you see India's TV channels, the TV news networks, they have taken a horrible turn in the last 15-20 years. Majority of the news outlets in India are highly biased. They clearly have a religious political agenda that drives more divisions, promotes the hatred, resentment, promotes fake news. They even carry out propaganda. Open fake news and propaganda is carried out by your TV channels. So you need responsible media outlets to just carry the facts, inform the public. That is the job of media, not favor one group against another, one party against another. So it's a highly unfortunate situation we are dealing with. But yeah, media plays a big role here. And even to check the facts, to counter the fake news, media organizations can play a big role because they have the resources, they have the skills, they can counter the fake news that is spreading. Citizens can play a big role. If citizens are more aware, right, if they know that they should check the facts before spreading the information, if they know how to behave responsibly, they can act as a buffer against security threats. They can curb the spread of fake messages, right? They can tell their friends and family that this message is fake by showing them the correct facts. They can put a stop to the spread of such fake news and propaganda by countering them with facts. So they definitely play a big role in internal security. This is just one example I'm giving you with regard to fake news. Similarly, take up any threat, be it terrorism, radicalism, right? In all these cases as well, civil society, media, citizens play a very big role along with your government. Is that clear? So even with regard to terror affected areas where a lot of local support exists, where radicalism is high, even in such places, civil society, media, and citizens can play a positive role, or they can play a negative role as well, right? So definitely these stakeholders also have a big role to play in security of the nation. Next question. How does the rise of cyber crimes impact India's internal security, and what measures are being taken to combat this? Did we discuss this? The same question was asked. We have covered it. Again, there's a repeat question. Impact of radicalization, transnational terrorism. We covered it. Impact of communal violence, religious radicalization. Also covered. Impact of illegal migration. Covered again. Impact of crime, drug trafficking, money laundering. I don't know, Vivek, you've been repeating some questions. These are questions which we have already asked, and we have discussed that as well. What measures has the Indian government taken? Discussed. All right. So all these are repeat questions by Vivek. So we have covered all these questions. Now coming to one last question. Student by the name Snigev Sirti is asking, what is pan-India urban terrorism? What is pan-India urban terrorism? See, terrorism seen in urban areas, in cities, where terror groups are targeting cities and civilian population. That is the case of urban terrorism. Like, for example, your 9/11 attacks, the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, the various attacks that have been seen in Delhi, in Mumbai, right, in Bengaluru, in Surat, Jaipur. So, any such terror attack that happens in a city, we have seen this in Europe as well, in Paris, in London, etc. Such attacks carried out by terrorist groups against cities, against civilian population, is a case of urban terrorism. Now, pan India basically means across India. So, when you start seeing terror attacks across Indian cities targeting our civilian population, that is called pan India urban terrorism. We have seen this from 1992 till date. Prior to 1992, there was no pan India urban terrorism. Indian cities were free from terrorism, they were safe from terrorism. Terrorism was limited to our conflict zones like Naxal corridor, Northeast India, Punjab, and J&K. Only the conflict zones of India were exploited by Pakistan as part of its covert war to wage a terror war against India. It was only exploiting the divisions in the conflict zones. But after 1992, as communal divisions increased in India because of Babri Masjid, the Hindu Muslim riots, etc., Pakistan got a conducive base to expand terrorism across India. So it used the terror groups to attack Indian cities repeatedly, targeting our civilian population. So this spread of terrorism across our cities and civilian population is called pan-India urban terrorism. All right, pan-India means across India. When multiple cities were attacked over a few years, right, targeting innocent civilians in cities, that becomes your pan-India urban terrorism. Of late, these incidents have reduced, they have declined after Mumbai attacks because India has put a lot of pressure on Pakistan. There's a lot of international pressure to not attack Indian cities and civilian population. All right. So this completes all the doubts, the questions that were asked. Let me look at the chat box as well if you have any new questions that you have raised. And after that, we can end the session for today. Okay, let me take a look. Just give me a minute. Gagan is asking how special forces have logistics and transportation different. See, special forces, as I told you, they can handle their own medical emergencies. They need not depend on medical teams coming in to rescue them, to provide them first aid. They can look after their own first aid if they have injuries. All right. Sometimes they handle their own infiltration. They don't need any transportation support from, let's say, Indian troops have to cross over, Indian special forces have to cross over into enemy territory. They will handle their own infiltration, right? In case of helicopter insertion or aircraft paradrop insertion, that's where they need air support, maybe from Indian Air Force or by the aviation units, or else special forces are very independent in their logistics and transportation. Karthik has asked, sir, now MI, Naval and Air Intelligence are merged under DIA. I think I answered this question. They are not merged, they only pool their intelligence together through Defense Intelligence Agency. Abhijit is asking why President of India is kept out of nuclear forces, even though he's a supreme commander. Please understand, President of India is a nominal authority, not a real authority, right? So you need basic knowledge of the constitution of Indian polity. In India, the real power vests with the prime minister, the real executive. The president is just a nominal executive, only a nominal head. So nominally, he is the supreme commander of the Indian armed forces. If India goes to war, the declaration is in the name of the president, right? All the appointments that happen, even for civil services and military services, the appointments are in the name of the president of India. That's all nominal, just for the symbolism of it. We are a republic. That's why the president, everything is done in the name of the president. But real authority does not lie with the president. It's with the prime minister. So there's no question of president being involved in any security decisions or even in the nuclear command authority. Next, Gagan is asking, for protecting Indians in Israel-Palestine conflict, is it MEA's work or RAW will also be deployed? It's primarily MEA's work to look after well-being of Indians and ensure their evacuation. If required, if at all required, RAW will also play a role in assisting in the evacuation mission. Kishore is asking, psychotropic substance, what is it? Psychotropic substances are your addictive substances that causes a psychotropic effect, like all your drugs, basically cocaine, mushroom, LSD, meth. They're all psychotropic substances. Sulakshana is asking how to revise internal security. It's more factual. No, not at all. Internal security is very dynamic. There are very few factual topics or static topics. Like last chapter we studied earlier, that was the only static one. Everything else is extremely dynamic, right? So it's very simple actually. Cover your basics, revise everything we have covered in class, use the PPTs, use your notes, revise everything once properly, finish the syllabus. Trust me, you don't need more than 5 to 6 days to complete everything. Now that you have attended all the classes, I'm assuming you attended all the classes, you would have understood most of it. You just have to sit for 1 week. Let's say 7 days. Chalo, let's say 7 days. Sit for 7 days, revise everything. And then it's all about updating your current affairs and then doing multiple revisions. So that way it's a very easy subject. Sulakshana is asking, should we read the books provided by Byju's? Don't. Not needed. It's only for your background reading. It's reference reading. If you need some additional information, please go through it. Or else what we discuss in class, the PPT notes is more than enough. Srimant is asking, sir, questions asked by UPSC are very hard and unable to comprehend. How can we give good answers to fetch good marks? See, questions seem hard because you haven't understood the subject. If you cover the subject thoroughly, questions are very simple. Questions appear complicated to those who have not prepared, to those who have not studied. If you have studied everything well, revised everything, understood the core concepts, if you're good in current affairs, automatically questions will make more sense. Is that clear? The questions are not difficult. Trust me. Questions are very simple, but it requires good understanding. You need a solid understanding in the subject to understand the question. So don't blame the question. Blame your preparation. Prepare better so you can address the question. Amit is asking, sir, why MHA is not providing separate airlift for NSG? The government has tried it. See, MHA does not have any aircraft of its own. It has to request from Indian Air Force or maybe from Aviation Research Center, right? So Defense Ministry's help or RAW's help would be needed. But again, the idea is to procure aircraft exclusively for NSG itself on its own. But that requires a lot of funds. And also it could lead to an overlap again between the Indian Air Force, Army Aviation and other aviation units. So this has become a challenging area which has not been resolved by the government. MHA alone can't, work out an airlift arrangement for NSG. It requires coordination with others as well. Maybe a better mechanism can be created. At all the regional hubs, right? Indian Air Force can dedicate a helicopter and keep a helicopter on standby all the time. 24/7, right? Have a transport aircraft as well. One transport aircraft, one helicopter on standby, on constant 24/7 standby. So if needed, NSG can use them for airlift. So that could be a measure. But again, you have to dedicate those resources, right? Across the country, setting up so many aircrafts just for NSG could become wasteful as well. So that is why governments have held back on it. Chituri is asking, funding pro-India regimes means funding to political parties. Correct. Intelligence agencies, they do that. All right. Officially, of course, we don't acknowledge it. So Chituri is asking, if that is the case, then isn't it illegal? Of course, it is illegal. All covert operations are illegal. No covert operation has legal backing in India or even abroad, right? That's why covert operations are classified. They are secret. They are never acknowledged by the government. Government doesn't acknowledge them. But of course, any intelligence agency, foreign intelligence agency, will be involved in trying to, build contacts with foreign political parties, trying to fund them. Those who are pro-India will try to back them, support them. We would like to have a pro-India government, right? This is part of the world of intelligence operations. But of course, you will not get any question on that. Don't talk about that as well. Don't mention that in your answers. This is just for your understanding in the classroom. All right. So guys, these were the questions. We have covered all the doubts, all the questions that were there. I hope you guys are fully satisfied. I hope you guys have fully understood everything. Do let me know how the class went. So the feedback forms will be given. Do fill it out. It will help us understand how the classes are going to make it better for you. If you like the experience, please let us know. It will make us happy. If you didn't, please point out what went wrong. So I hope you guys have understood, covered everything. Now all you have to do is revise. Revise and be in touch with current affairs. So that's it from my side. We'll catch up again, maybe in a different subject, in a different batch. So till then, take care. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you next time. Thank you.